Alright, let's go ahead and get started. Boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations, welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. So good to be back. My name is Alec Gunter. I apologize for the brief break last week. It's been a little bit stressed lately, you know, with work and everything going on. Some family stuff came up, and also I've been messing around with my medications. So I might be a little bit, lacking today, but I'm gonna do my best. Give me just a second to edit the lights. I suppose modify the lights. Edit sounds weird. Okay. Let me just bring the webcam on. Alright. I think that's good. Maybe... this way. A little bit. That should be good. Alright. There we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's good to be back. Leave a like, thank you very much, thank you. We take those. We always take likes, thank you. Oh, man. Real talk, I might have to take my jacket off. Getting a little roasty toasty in here. But I couldn't find anything to put over the Dio shirt that like matches it. So, I don't know. I'll deal with it for right now. I'm not going to spend too long on the introductions. I kind of want to just get started. But, I guess there's not a whole lot to say. Like I said, I've been going back and forth with the Vraylar. Not back and forth, I should say. Like, I liked the Vraylar while I was on it. It helped, like, clear my mind a lot. But, the problem with it was giving me a lot of side effects. And so, I'm kind of still, like, reeling from coming off of the Vraylar and going back to just Adderall. So you'll have to forgive me, like I said. But, I think I'm figuring it out. Worst case, I decided, like, what I'm gonna do is just stop all of it, you know, for a while, and then try to go to the psychiatrist, like, you know, like, journal out my feelings and everything, and then, you know, go to the psychiatrist and figure out, like, okay, here's how I feel, here's how I've been feeling, what do I do about it, doc? You know what I mean? So, take care of yourselves mentally, guys, it'll help. Only 3 concurrent viewers, interesting. We usually got more by now. That's alright. Forgot to monetize it. Get that monetization on. There we go. Yes, it's not limited. Perfect. Lights are a little bright. 1 second. I think that's better. It was a little bright on my eyes, I should say. Oh yeah, my eyes are fully recovered from LASIK. Look at that. It's crazy. Oh no, we got 17 now. There we go. Put on 2 of them. Alright. Let's see here. Yeah, what do you guys say we just get into it? I think that'd be a good idea. Yeah, no, I got you, Lady Nova. I appreciate you being on both. We love the mods. We love the mods, folks. Don't we, folks? Beautiful mods. They're wonderful. Alright. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. I want to talk about this whole Transgender Day visibility stuff going on. Here, actually, let me look something up. Okay. Assigned mod at birth. Indeed. All right. So Easter was 2 days ago from the time of me recording this. It will probably have been longer by the time you're watching it on YouTube, if you're not in the live stream, of course, which you should catch me live. You should try to. We have a fun time. But 2 days ago was Easter. Now, it was not just Easter, though. It was another day at the same time. Now, when you were a kid and you had a birthday, right? Like, let's say your birthday's July 4th. That's a good one. July 4th. And it's your birthday. And you get upset because not only is it your birthday, it's also July 4th. Right? It can't be both. It's supposed to be about me. I'm the birthday boy. Now, hold on a minute. It's my day. It's not America's day. Screw that. Well, it turns out conservatives are now doing the same thing with International Transgender Day of Visibility, which occurs every March 31st since 2009, at least according to the Wikipedia page here. Here, hold on. Let me move this up a little bit. That's a little better. It occurs every single March 31st since 2009. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you. If you're upset that Easter just happened to fall on the same day as Transgender Day of Visibility, like, you know, it's really not that big of a deal. I'm sorry, it's not. But Joe Biden, some more or less, like, they would have groveled about it anyway, for sure. But if Joe Biden had not said this, they definitely wouldn't have been groveling as much, and it would not have been nearly as funny. This is a direct assault on Christianity, says Crone from the X app, right? AKA Twitter. We're at the end, folks. And then this from Joseph R. Biden himself. Now, therefore, I, Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2024 as Transgender Day of Visibility. I call upon all Americans to join us in lifting up the lives and voices of transgender people throughout our nation and to work toward eliminating violence and discrimination based on gender identity. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand at this 29th day of March in the year of our... Wait, 29th day? Oh, did he say this on the 29th? Okay, yeah, okay, I see. In the year of our Lord and Savior, I put and Savior. Just subconsciously. 2024, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 248th. There you go. From Joseph R. Biden Jr., based, trans-supporting president. I don't like many of the other things he's doing, but at the very least, he's putting out the good word that trans people deserve rights. So, what's the problem here? Well, according to Crone and many others like Vivek Crimes Like Cake Ramaswamy, Joe Biden just proclaimed that Transgender Visibility Day is on Sunday, March 31st. I wonder how he came up with that date. They're very upsetty spaghetti about this because their special day is on the same day as Transgender Day of Visibility. I don't know why we can't do both. I don't know why there's not room for both. But alas, that is what they've decided. So now they're going to throw a hissy fit about it. Or at least they did. I don't know if they still are. It'd be funny if they still were. But here's one from Laura Loomer. Donald Trump made a statement as well. President Trump and his campaign are calling on Joe Biden to apologize to the millions of Christians and Catholics who are celebrating Easter tomorrow after Biden decided to declare Easter, quote, Trans Visibility Day in an official White House statement. Joe Biden hates you. Unless you're trans, of course. I mean, there's really no getting around that. If you're trans, he, seems to like you quite a bit, actually. All right, let's take a look at what the great Donald Trump had to say. It was appalling and insulting that Joe Biden's White House prohibited children from submitting religious egg designs for their Easter art event and formally proclaimed Easter Sunday as Trans Day of Visibility. Sadly, these are just two more examples of the Biden administration's year-long assault on the Christian faith. We call on Joe Biden's failing campaign and White House to issue an apology to the millions of Catholics and Christians across America who believe tomorrow is for one celebration only. The resurrection of Jesus Christ, who I definitely believe in, for sure. And Donald Trump, by the way. That tweet was the most he did for the community, and there was still outrage. Yeah, for real. Like, all he's done, basically, for the community is platitudes. I'm going to move this up just a little bit. Sorry. 1 second. Oh, did that work? Okay, I think that's a little better. We'll run with it. All right. No, it's not. I'm sorry. I get perfectionist. Okay, that is a little bit better, I think. We'll leave it where it is. So yeah, even the big orange sweaty boy, Donald Trump, is upset. Sorry, kids, you have to share. Exactly. All right. So now the pièce de resistance of this little segment that we're doing, Ben Shapiro came out with a statement as well. 13 minutes, actually, almost 14. This Easter weekend, the Biden administration paid fealty to its actual religion, left-wing insanity. Hence the Trans Day visibility celebrations on Easter. Now, this is not the end of the complaints, by the way. There were like tweets and complaints all over the place about, you know, how it's Transgender Day visibility on the same day as Easter. They can't quite comprehend how that works. But I want to see what Ben Shapiro had to say about it, because he's always just so darn interesting and has the best quality commentary to add to anything. So let's take a look.
Sunday was a deeply religious day for the Biden administration. They celebrated a religion celebrated by so many across the country, the religion of deep, insane progressivism.
Yeah,
so, of course, Sunday was Easter, the holiest day on the Christian calendar, and the Biden administration decided it was deeply necessary for them to put out a bunch of messaging over the weekend, including on Easter Sunday, about the Trans Day of Visibility. So, to explain what the hell the Trans Day of Visibility is, you have to understand that it's one of many, like dozens of holidays all around the world about the trans peoples, about people who are gender dysphoric or who believe that they are members of the opposite sex.
What I would give to see the Daily Wire force Ben Shapiro into an Easter egg costume. I want him in one of those, here, Christmas Story bunny suit. I think he might have actually done this once. You guys remember this from, Christmas Story? Bunny suit. Wait, hold on. Ben Shapiro bunny suit. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Wait, he did do it. See? I told you. I knew that I've seen it before. I knew that was not just in here for no reason. There he is, see? There you go, Rowan Ash. You don't have to give a damn thing. You just get to see it. There you go. Oh, in an Easter egg costume. I see. No, bunny costume is still very funny. See? He's showing his Easter spirit. I love it. I unironically like it when Ben Shapiro does these things. I think it's goofy and funny. And I wish that he would do that stuff instead of, shit on trans people.
This holiday was founded by a person named Rachel Crandall Crocker, a dude who believes that he is a woman, and a psychotherapist, because that's the way that the psychotherapy industry now works. And this person says that he knew he was trans since the age of 8, and now the president of the United States pays homage to people like Rachel Crandall Crocker. Here is a clip of Rachel Crandall Crocker explaining his origin story here.
He keeps hesitating on the pronoun there.
I tried to come out to my
Looks like a woman to
when
me.
I was 8 years old, okay? And that was in 1967. Let's just say it didn't go well.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I can imagine it not going particularly well. Joe Biden then put out a statement.
Yeah. Didn't she say when she was 8? She did say when she was 8, right? Like, when an 8-year-old says that something's not going well, or that when an adult says that something didn't go well when you were 8, like, in that context, I feel like that's not great. Yeah, 1967. Wonder how that went.
Statement on Transgender Day of Visibility. Which, again, I don't even know what that means, Day of Visibility.
Kids,
because if there's one thing we know about transgender people in modern America, people who believe they're members of the opposite sex, they don't get enough attention. They need more attention. We need to have...
Oh, 1000% I agree with Ben on this one, that trans people get entirely too much attention. I don't care, for the most part, about all the shit that I see about trans people. I really don't. The only reason that I care about it is because of people like Ben Shapiro who don't want them to have rights. You know? Yeah, that can't have been easy. We should make it easier, exactly. Hey, Harleen, welcome. Good to see you. I don't know, apparently this is your first time here, and I'm not sure entirely who you are, but I'm glad that you're here.
To have an entire day of visibility, as opposed to, like just seeing people around you. There's a day of visibility. So the president of the United States put out a statement, quote, "Today we send a message to all transgender Americans. You are loved. You are heard. You are understood. You belong. You are America. And my entire administration and I have your back."
Okay, we missed the first part of this. I think that's pretty heartfelt.
Did you know that transgender people are America? Like the definition of America, when the founders were putting together the Constitution of the United States, they said to themselves, what will America be? Will this be a constitutional republic of limited government and guaranteed liberties? Or maybe America is a dude wearing a dress believing that he's a lady. Maybe it's that. According to Joe Biden, it's...
Wait, say that again? Hold up.
America is a dude wearing a dress believing that he's a lady. Maybe it's that.
Okay, if that's how you want to put it, going by Ben's words here, yeah, why not? That's freedom, baby. I'm fine with that.
According to Joe Biden, it's that. Like John...
I think that a dude should be allowed to wear a dress and, if he wants to temporarily say that he's a woman but still identify as a man in his primary, ongoings in life, I think that's totally fine. What's wrong with that? That's freedom.
Adams and Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton, they were all sitting around really working up the courage to explain that America was about the dudes who think they're ladies and vice versa. Joe Biden continues, "Now, therefore, I, Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America..."
What Joe Biden meant in that context, because they're being incredibly uncharitable, is it's like in... What is it when everybody stands up and they're like, I am that guy. Spartacus. I'm Spartacus. I'm America. I am America. I'm America. The transgender gamer girl standing up. I am America. The trans mask guy in his bear hunting suit standing up. I am America. Like everybody standing up. I'm America. That's what he meant.
By virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2020.
Every time he misgenders folks, I remember the time a trans woman threatened to whoop his ass, and I chuckle. That was really funny. Not gonna lie.
24 as Transgender Day of Visibility. I call upon all Americans to join us in lifting up the lives and voices of transgender people throughout our nation and to work toward eliminating violence and discrimination based on gender identity. Gender identity is, of course, the nonsense notion that you can identify as something other than what you are. This is the best part.
Well, you identify as smart. I'm just saying.
Whereof I have heretofore set my hand this 29th day of March in the year of our Lord 2024 and of independence of the United States of America, the 248th. So my favorite part of this is where Joe Biden mentions the year of our Lord. That would be Jesus, right? Because we all keep the Christian calendar.
You don't believe in, Mr.
I like that part where he mentions the year of our Lord on Easter, which again is the holiest day in the Christian calendar.
Isn't that weird? Like, he's Jewish and he always puts on, he makes a big show out of being Jewish, and yet he's constantly catering to Christians. You know what I mean? I don't get it. What's the deal? It seems out of place to me. Doesn't it? Just a little bit? I don't know.
Calendar to celebrate Transgender Day of Visibility. The president also put up a bunch of tweets along these lines to celebrate. It's a very important time. Quote, on Transgender Day of Visibility, we celebrate the joy, strength, and absolute courage of some of the bravest people I know. People so brave that if
they're biologically clowns, there's no transitioning out of that.
If you say that they are actually a member of their own biological sex, then apparently an outsized number they kill themselves. This is the actual case that the left is constantly making when it comes to gender dysphoria.
Wait, what did he say? Sorry.
People so brave that if you say that they are actually a member of their own biological sex, then apparently an outsized number they kill themselves.
Wow, that's really fucking disgusting, man. What a piece of shit Ben Shapiro is. Fuck you, man.
This is the actual case that the left is constantly making.
No consideration at all for, the safety and well-being of people. Just if you say the wrong word to them, they'll just off themselves. Yeah, okay, dude. Fuck you.
When it comes to gender dysphoria, is that we all have to pretend along or people will kill themselves, and Joe Biden calls this joy, strength, and absolute courage and bravery. Again, as I've said over the years, when it comes to
the man who can't even grow a beard properly. Come on, man. I'm honestly, you're closer to a woman than I am. I could by the same logic call you a woman and be justified in doing so. I'm probably taller than you. I'm much wider than you are. Heavier. I got more facial hair. My hairline is, what is it? Male pattern baldness, right? I'm just saying. I also don't dye my hair like you probably do.
To the pantheon of American bravery, it goes like transgender people saying that they are members of the opposite sex. They're like all the way up here. And then running a distant second is 18-year-old boys charging the beaches of Normandy on behalf of the Allies. I mean,
he never said they're not America.
They really shouldn't even be in the same category. I mean, we know we're the real.
Well, Ben, are you America? What do? You sit in an air-conditioned office and talk through a microphone about how bad trans people are and brown people. That's what you do. So is that America? If that's America, I don't want to live in America. Sorry.
Bravery is. Joe Biden says today we show millions of transgender and non-binary Americans, not just transgender people who identify as no gender or between the genders.
I saw your post on how he makes a lot more money than smart people in society. Yeah, exactly. And also smart people, quote unquote, I don't even like that word. You know, like, I don't know how much I consider myself a smart person even, but I am intelligent in some areas and very not intelligent in other areas. You know, you can be a very intelligent person in the area of farming. I couldn't farm for shit. Are you kidding me? I don't have the mental or physical capability to farm. Oh yeah, and I also have a deeper voice. Thank you. But anyway, you also, like, I'm pretty good at nursing, you know? Jeez, she's zooming back there. I'm pretty good at nursing. You know, I'm a nurse. I do that pretty well. I'm pretty good at streaming, I feel like. So, you know, these are the things that I'm good at. I'm not good at farming. I'm not good at teaching. Well, I'm decent at teaching. I've taught before, but not great. But yeah.
That we see them. They belong. They should be treated with dignity and respect. And then big, pink, and blue graphic, trans rights are human rights. This was put out on Easter morning at 11 a.m. We should note at this point that this is, in fact, the religion of the Biden administration. Not just that. He put out another tweet at 2 p.m. just to make sure that you got it.
By the way, if you're calling it the religion of the Biden administration, calling it a religion would mean that it deserves more respect than you're giving it. So you're basically just calling this a war between religions, and Christianity's the better one. You know, even if you were to frame transgenderism as a religion, as they are so, they like to do so often, it doesn't make any sense still. Because they're still complaining and bitching and moaning about how, like, their religions don't get the attention and the respect that they deserve. Well, what about our religion? You're calling it a religion. So are you disrespecting our religion? You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Which, by the way, it's not a religion. It's well accepted in scientific and medical communities how important it is for trans people to be affirmed, right? For their mental well-being. But Ben doesn't care about that, so whatever.
Right? They put out one at 11 on Easter. Then at 2 p.m. on Easter, again, on Easter, the holiest day in the Christian... I'm not going to say this... enough. This is the holiest day in the Christian calendar. I'm just going to point out that the perspective of the Biden administration when it comes to holy days on the calendar goes something like this. You're not allowed to kill terrorists during Ramadan, because if you do, it'll offend Muslims. But you are certainly allowed to pay homage to the completely specious, false, and irreligious notion...
Wait... What did he say?
It goes something like this. You're not allowed to kill terrorists during Ramadan because if you do...
Who said that? If somebody is committing an act of terror and the only way to stop them is to kill them, I don't give a shit whether it's on Ramadan or not. Who said that? You know, these are very vague gestures, I feel like.
Do, it'll offend Muslims.
And also just insinuating that, like, Muslim people are always the terrorists, which is cool. Because, you know, he's on record as saying, like, he wants to, like, just bomb Muslims out of existence. He called them, like, sewer rats or some shit.
But you are certainly allowed to pay homage to the completely specious, false, and irreligious notion that men can be women on Easter. That's how different religions are treated by this White House. So President Biden puts out a tweet, quote, "Today, on Transgender Day of Visibility, I have a simple message to all trans Americans. I see you," which is not creepy. That's apparently uplifting. "You are made in the image of God."
Well, it's just a liberal, I see you, I hear you bullshit. He doesn't actually done that much for trans people, except for be a pro-trans president, which, if you want to be precise about it, or if you want to be fair about it, what other president has gone out of their way for trans people like Joe Biden does? Not even Obama did that, and he was the president who's basically responsible for legalizing gay marriage, isn't he? Like, it happened under his term, at least. So... You know, like, not even Obama was this about trans people as Joe Biden is. So I got to hand it to him on that one.
God, and you're worthy of respect and dignity.
You know, that's
okay.
Big.
Every person is made in the image of God. Also, they are made male and female. It's literally in the same verse in Genesis. My favorite part when Joe Biden says things
Except for when they're not. Like even Ben Shapiro would admit there's exceptions. Are those people not in the image of God? By the way, I feel like it's important to note that like if God makes people and women are responsible for birthing people, wouldn't that make God a woman technically? Like by that standard at least, because he's producing people as women would do, you know, or he's intersex because he can produce people on his own, right? They are made in his image, by the way. Maybe he produces asexually. You know what I mean? Like by budding, like SpongeBob does. God is SpongeBob. There you go.
things like you're made in the image of God. The final part of that verse is male and female he made them. Literally the same verse. Just
Okay, well, there you go. If you were born intersex, then you're not in the image of God. Cool.
read to the end of the sentence, my dude. In any case, the religion of this administration obviously is not Christianity or even some sort of broader secular version of Christian values. It is, in fact, just wild progressivism. We'll get to more on this in just a moment. First, the cost of living has already increased 17% this year. It continues to rise despite interest rate controls.
Gee, I wonder why that is. By the way, Ben, how much do you make, buddy, huh? How much do you make, huh? Cost of living, huh? I bet that's a big problem for you, buddy, huh? Right?
National debt continues to skyrocket. You need to be confident in the financial services companies you work with, especially regarding your future and your money. Birch Gold is a proven industry leader you want on your side. They demonstrate how precious metals investments can fortify your lifestyle and retirement, even in turbulent economic times. Birch Gold understands that navigating financial decisions can be daunting. That's why their expertise, coupled with their customer care process, ensures that your purchase or IRA setup is a breeze. If you're considering converting,
it's so in value and so you want to buy gold so badly right now that we're selling all of it. We're selling our entire stock of gold, actually. Why? Oh, because, you should buy it, actually.
Converting an existing retirement account into a precious metals IRA, their dedicated in-house IRA department is there to guide you every step of the way, making the process feel as simple as a walk in the park. Birch Gold values your questions and concerns. Their team is always available to provide answers and clarity, whether it's about fees, taxes on rollovers, or the timing of the process. They're here to ensure you feel heard and informed. Text Ben to 989898 to talk to one of Birch Gold's experts and claim your free info kit on gold. You'll learn how to convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. The best part is it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. Just text
buy
Ben
Alex stickers
to 9898.
Did you guys know that I have a Patreon shop now? You guys want to see it real quick? Here. Whoever's editing this, leave it in the video. If it's Dubsy or Max. Hold on. I want to make sure I don't dox myself. Just going to open an incognito window just to be safe. Here we go. There it is, folks. The Alec Gunter store, Gunter Grabs. We have one sale at the moment. They bought a rainbow sticker, and you can buy any of these other stickers. Isn't that cool? Look at that. You got red, orange, yellow, green, aqua, light blue, dark blue, purple, pink, black, white, rainbow, and gold. Rainbow and gold ones are special editions, so they're $5 extra, or they're $5 instead of $2. But yeah, who the fuck buying gold over groceries? Exactly. Buy my stickers over groceries. There you go. See, now you got the spirit. I wish that I could do deals, like bundle deals, but I don't know if there's a way to do that. Like if you buy 5, you get 1 free or something. Buy 4, we get 1 free. But for right now, it's just $2 a piece, except for the rainbow and gold ones. I like the white one. Yes, so they're about this big, right? So they fit like in the palm of your hand. And they're vinyl, so you can put them on your cars. You can put them on your laptops, your water bottles. They'll be fine. They're waterproof. And you can have trans pride stickers if you get the blue, pink, and white stickers. Isn't that cool? So yeah, think about it, but yeah, it's, there you go, stickers. I want to try to get more on there soon, but the stickers are all I got right now, so. Mod stickers? I'm thinking about doing emote stickers, actually. Maybe the mod sticker could be one of them, but that's not my design, and I didn't pay for it. I would do something like, here, if the editor could zoom in. Where's it at? Like the easy emote. Or actually, editor, I'll just send you a file that you can throw on the screen. like the easy emote, or if I could find out who the fuck made this one, because I forget. The cope emote. I have no clue who made it. Somebody made it as a gift, and I forget who it was, and I want to make it into a sticker, but I don't want to do it without their permission. So if you are the person who made that cope emote and also my YouTube profile picture, please reach out to me. I would love to talk. I've seen something that destroys Ben's whole argument. What's this? Copy. The 8 genders in the Talmud. Ooh. I don't even need to read past that. Thought non-binary gender was a modern concept? Think again. The ancient Jewish understanding of gender was far more nuanced, go away, than many assume. Well, there you go. Zakar, male, nekava, female, androgynous. Having both, of course. Tum-tum! Oh, I lack sexual characteristics. I'm tum-tum gender. That's amazing. I love that. Elanit Hamach, identified female at birth, but later naturally developing male characteristics. Elanit Adam, identified female at birth, but later developing male characteristics. Is Hamach Eve's name in the Torah? Or is that what that is? Because we got Adam here. Saris Hamach, identified male at birth, but later naturally developing female characteristics. And Saris Adam, identified male at birth and later developing female characteristics through human intervention. Through human intervention! Wow. The Torah actually supports trans people. Cool. I love tum-tum gender. But alas, I have too many sexual characteristics. Can't be tum-tum gender.
9898, that's Ben to 989898.
Thank you for that.
According to Fox News, children of the National Guard were prohibited from submitting religious Easter egg designs for the 2024 Celebrating National Guard Families art event at the White House. So it's Easter, and people were painting crosses on eggs, and Joe Biden's like, no, none of that. The only symbols we will allow here are like the Pride Progress flag flying.
I don't actually know. I doubt. Did Joe Biden actually keep people from drawing crosses on their eggs? Did he actually do that? Can anybody substantiate that? Because if he did, I disagree with it, by the way. But I don't think he actually did that. According to Fox News, yeah. That's all I need to hear.
From the giant rotunda of the White House. The art contest is part of the White House's Easter.
Here, you know what? Let's check. Joe Biden crosses on eggs. Posts misrepresent White House Easter egg contest, Day of Transgender Visibility Proclamation. This is from AP News. Fact check. Criticized by many on social media, including several Republican politicians, for supposedly disrespecting the Christian holiday. Claim. Biden declared that Easter Sunday is now a holiday celebrating transgender people. So that's we already know. Here we go. Claim. Biden banned religious symbols from a White House Easter egg art contest. The facts. A flyer soliciting children from National Guard families to submit an egg design for a White House exhibit organized in collaboration with the American Egg Board specified that submissions should not include religious symbols or overtly religious themes. But such restrictions are nothing new. I don't know if I like that. I'll be honest. You know, Easter is a Christian holiday. But, on the other hand, if you're going to call it like a national holiday, you can't really base it in any kind of religion, can you? So I don't know. I mean, I think it's fine to allow all or nothing. All or nothing. I don't know. I could swing either way on that. The American Egg Board has been a supporter of the White House Easter egg rule for over 45 years, and the guideline language referenced in recent news reports has consistently applied it to the board since its founding across administrations, Emily Metz, its president and CEO, said in a statement. So when they say that you're not allowed to draw crosses on there, they're not lying, but they are misrepresenting the fact that since it is a legal institution, they would rather just not display religious symbols. Because on Easter Sunday, it's going to overwhelmingly be Christian. You know, and that's not very good representation for the totality of all of the religions that exist in the United States. I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it's fine to not allow religious symbology on it, now that I think about it. I know I keep going back and forth on it. Inconsistent leftists, as always. I want to submit an egg with a Baphomet on it. See, that's... As soon as somebody submits that, the Christians will be like, oh, you can't do that! No! And then they'll be right back to where they were, where it's like, okay, fine. They'll cross their arms and walk away. Fine. No religious symbols. Fine.
Easter traditions, which include the annual Easter egg roll. The flyer for the contest states that an Easter egg design submission quote must not include any...
They're just mad that the United States does not revolve around their religion.
questionable content, religious symbols, overtly religious themes, or partisan political statements. So just going to point out that I assume that if you put trans flag colors on the Easter egg, totally fine. That is not a partisan political statement. It is not a piece of questionable content or religious symbol.
I don't know.
You just have to make sure that everything is, on the up and up with the secular left. That is the religion of this White House. By the way, this isn't just the White House.
You should respect it.
Kathy Hochul decided over the weekend that it was very important to light up buildings in New York.
Don't forget it,
in
Jack.
the trans colors. According to Colin Rugg, New York Governor Kathy Hochul has ordered that New York landmarks be lit up in transgender flag colors on Easter Sunday. She issued a proclamation declaring March 31st, 2024 Transgender Day.
As opposed to Easter colors, I guess. What's Easter colors?
Of visibility.
Like, it's just pastels. Anything pastel is an Easter color. Okay. Like, what were they going to light it up? What colors? Like, let's be real here. Also, this isn't trans as much as... Well, I guess it kind of is. But it looks bisexual right here. This is definitely some bisexual vibes.
The landmarks that are now apparently trans are Niagara Falls, One World Trade Center, Empire State Plaza, Kosciuszko, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, Kosciuszko Bridge, the State Education Building, and more. Governor Kathy Hochul today issued a proclamation declaring it Trans Day of Visibility.
Gold and white.
It's very important that
you see blue and purple. I see gold and white.
Everyone across the land know that men who believe that they are women are in fact women.
The dress was blue and black, by the way. It was literally blue and black.
And Kathy Hochul will make you see that at the top of the Empire State Building on Easter Day. On Easter Day. So President Trump then put out a statement. And the statement was from Carolyn Leavitt, his national press secretary. It is appalling and insulting that Joe Biden's White House prohibited children from submitting religious egg designs for their Easter art event.
But they've always
and formally
done that.
proclaimed Easter Sunday as Trans Day of Visibility. Sadly, these are just two more examples of the Biden administration's...
It's been Trans Day of Visibility since 2009. It's just that we've never had a president acknowledge it. Did he acknowledge it last year? Here, Joe Biden, Trans Day of Visibility 2023. Let's see this. Here, March 30th, 2023. A proclamation of on Transgender Day of Visibility. Yeah, this is from Joseph Biden, too. Transgender Day of Visibility celebrates the joy, strength, and absolute courage of some of the bravest people I know, blah, blah, blah. Like, this is from last year, and Easter did not fall on March 31st last year. So, they're just waffling over nothing. It just so happened that Easter fell on this day. Hello, Hollow Out. I'm doing better than I was, I'll be honest. Once I started streaming, I felt better. Funny how that works.
Years-long assault on the Christian faith. We call on Joe Biden's failing campaign and White House.
Pastel blue and pink, the most normal Easter egg colors. That is true. That is very true. Pastel blue, pink, Easter eggs. Yeah, like, this is exactly the color that they were upset about. This is exactly the color they were upset about, and it's just an Easter egg. But Alec, it wasn't on Easter that time. No. No. See? Look. Pink, blue, and white. And then you got yellow and green tossed in there because those are also pastel colors. Okay. All right, we're going to keep going.
House to issue an apology to the millions of Catholics and Christians across America who believe tomorrow is for one celebration only, the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Now, again, the Trump statement is correct. That is obviously what the Biden administration is doing. Now, there are a lot of people out there saying, well, this is it's a made-up problem because, after all, it's March 31st every year. Let me ask you, if March 31st, if Trans Day of Visibility were to fall on, say, Juneteenth by some sort of random coincidence.
Sure.
Do you think that the White House would...
Well, wait. It wouldn't fall on that day because Juneteenth He's got it backwards. Easter falls on a different day every year. If it were Trans Day of Visibility that did, then you'd have a point. But Easter's the one that bounces around. If you want it to be on a consistent day of the year, then, you know, make it consistent. But so far, it's just bounced around.
Put both of those messages out at the same time? And which particular religious messages does the White House mirror? So the White House responded to these complaints, suggesting that this is all just about anti-trans
Editor, cut this out. Hollow out, it's fine. We're not addressing it. Thank you.
rhetoric. It's not about defacing Easter with a bunch of blasphemous nonsense that happens to be anti-science also. The White House then suggested that Republicans are nasty. So White House spokesperson Andrew Bates said, quote, as a Christian who celebrates Easter with family, President Biden, first of all, whenever Joe Biden whips out his Christianity to use as a club.
Whips it out.
Right after supporting taxpayer-funded abortion.
Gonna whip out some Christianity on you, Jack. Ooh, baby.
Transing of the children in same-sex marriage. It's a little odd. It's a little strange. As a Christian who celebrates Easter with family, President Biden stands for bringing people together and upholding the dignity and freedoms of every American. Sadly, it's unsurprising politicians are seeking to divide and weaken our country with cruel, hateful, dishonest rhetoric. President Biden will never abuse his faith for political purposes or for profit. He literally abuses his faith for political purposes pretty much every time he cites his Catholicism in defense of his pro-abortion positions.
Unlike Ben Shapiro, who would never do that. Never. Never. He doesn't do that. Especially not with Israel, which is like the biggest political issue in the entire fucking world right now. He would never do that. That's not Ben.
Look forward to the White House's Christmas Day statement in favor, I assume, of partial birth abortion, in celebration of partial birth abortion on the day Jesus was born. I think probably they're actually going to do that. That seems probable at this point. So Biden.
Hold on, what?
Day Jesus was born. I think probably they're actually going to do that. That seems probable at this part of his pro-abortion positions. I do look forward to the White House's Christmas Day statement in favor, I assume, of partial birth abortion.
Let's go. I want partial birth abortion visibility day. I think that'd be awesome. And it should fall on December 25th. Absolutely. 1000%. That would be crazy. That would go wild.
In celebration of partial birth abortion on the day Jesus
Here's
was
your
born.
partial birth abortion
I think probably
day
they're
card.
actually going to do that. That's
my family and I all got into a pose for partial birth abortion day and sent postcards to our family members and friends.
Seems probable at this point. So Biden then put out an Easter message, a piece of damage control. Joe Biden put out a statement saying, quote, Jill and I send our warmest wishes to Christians around the world celebrating Easter Sunday. Easter reminds us of the power of hope and the promise of Christ's resurrection as we gather with loved ones.
Fuck is a partial birth? So partial birth abortion is essentially a myth that was made up by conservatives whereby they basically say that like as the baby is coming out, they're killing it. And it doesn't happen, okay? Often birth will be induced and then the baby will die in the process because it simply is not capable of living on its own yet. And so, you know, if it's in a state where it can't feasibly survive on its own, they'll try to save it, but often it will die. And if that happens, oftentimes doctors are accused of committing a partial birth abortion, which is simply not true. They didn't do that. They induced an abortion. And that's why, by the way, I recently learned this. That's why they'll often induce fetal death and then remove the fetus, even though it is more unsafe to do it that way. Did you guys know that? It is more unsafe to induce fetal death first and then do the abortion. Did you know that? But the reason they do it is not, it's not for safety reasons. It's not for like medical reasons. It's for legal reasons. Because they're afraid of getting sued for committing a partial birth abortion. So they kind of shot themselves in the foot on that one, didn't they?
We remember Jesus' sacrifice. We pray for one another and cherish the blessing of a dawn of new possibilities. With wars and conflicts taking a toll on innocent lives around the world, we renew our commitment to work for peace, security, and dignity for all people. From our family to yours, happy Easter and may God bless you. By the way, when he says work for peace, security, and dignity for all people, understand he just used that exact same language with regard to people who have the delusion that they are members of the opposite sex.
Well, even if you... Okay, wait, hold on. Let me listen to that one more time.
By the way, when he says work for peace, security, and dignity for all people, understand he just used that exact same language with regard to people who have the delusion that they are members of the opposite sex.
See, like, One sec. See, like, I need to, sorry, I need to listen to it one more
Language.
time.
By the way, when he says
My
work
brain's
for
dead.
peace, security, and dignity for all
Okay, let's say that what Ben is saying is, like, correct. That, like, what Ben is saying is correct, and, like, they're under some kind of delusion, right? Okay, they should still have peace, security. They should still be taken care of. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. What, you don't want to take care of those people? And yeah, Ben is the delusional one here. Good point.
people. Understand, he just used that exact same language with regard to people who have the delusion that they are members of the opposite sex. Okay, but the left went even further than that. The left decided that anyone who opposed the conflation of quote-unquote trans day of visibility and Easter, these are people who apparently are cruel bigots. Not just that. Apparently, according to these same people, Jesus would have himself been a super big proponent, it turns out, of the trans ideology. Now, where they get this from, I have no idea. Jesus, it turns out, for those who have even a cursory knowledge, I'm not a Christian.
Hold on. What is he saying? Where did they get what from?
A big proponent, it turns out, of the trans ideology. Now, where they get this from, I have no idea. Jesus, it turns out, for those who have even a cursory knowledge of the New Testament, I'm not a Christian, but I've read the New Testament. Jesus is a pretty judgmental guy. He has some rules. Turns out, not every behavior is approved.
Jesus is not judgmental at all. Has he read the Bible? Like, has he read the New Testament? No, Jesus is the opposite of judgmental. That's the whole reason for the New Testament, is he was supposed to be like a counter to God, basically. You know, like a counterbalance.
By Jesus. Nonetheless, here was David Jolly on MSNBC suggesting, former Florida Republican Party representative, the kind who's welcome on MSNBC to earn some strange new respect. Here he was suggesting Jesus would have been totally cool with the transgenderism.
Yeah, why not?
I think we got to hit it head on and suggest to President Trump and Mike Johnson and Senator Blackburn and others who are relying on the words of their Christ and their Jesus they celebrate today to condemn Joe Biden, to suggest to them that actually the Jesus they celebrate today would be inclusive of the transgender.
And evolution, but I know what you mean by counterbalance. Yeah, Roman, basically, he acts like a counterbalance because God was the one who was like implementing all these harsh rules and saying that, like, okay, if you don't follow my way of, if you don't follow me, then you're basically condemned to hell, right? And Jesus was the one who was supposed to come here and say, well, as long as you abstain as best you can from sinning, and you ask for forgiveness for your sins at the end of it, and you open yourself up to God, to God's love, then he will accept you into heaven. I know what you mean regardless. Okay, got it. I thought Christ was a universal figure. He is, like, he's a prophet in other Abrahamic religions, and even non-Abrahamic, I believe. He's considered a prophet. But in Christianity, he's considered part of God. So,
community, and would be supportive of the transgender community and command all Christians, including Donald Trump, Mike Johnson, and others who celebrate today, that in fact they should love the transgender community as they love their own God.
Okay, no, that is wrong. So again, I'm not going to speak for Christians here because I'm not one, but I am going to say I have at least more knowledge about this than David Jolly does, apparently.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's fine to say you should love, like Jesus said, love God before all things, and then he said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. And your transgender neighbor is still your neighbor. So I see no problem with this. He never said love God more than your neighbor. He just said, love God and love your neighbor. Love thy neighbor, not condemn thy neighbor to hell. Exactly. I'll still never understand how God can be all-powerful but also require blood magic to forgive sins. It doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. This is why I just couldn't be a Christian anymore. I asked too many questions, and, there was shit wasn't adding up. The math wasn't mathing. So, and also they just don't like gay and trans people. Judaism believes Jesus was just a normal guy lying. I don't know if Jews, like, I don't know if in Judaism they consider Jesus a liar. I just think that they consider him like a religious prophet, and they like tell different stories about what he actually said. Like when he said he's the son of God, he meant it in the way that all of us are children of God. You know, because if you think about it, that would make Jesus our brother, right? We're all children of God. It's just Jesus was saying, I am one of the sons of God. And being that being the case, I'm going to make that my identity. And essentially, like, you know, he identifies as the son of God. I don't know. And then that would make him like basically just a speaker for God, like prophets were. Depends on the Judaism. And yeah, Judaism isn't a monolith either. Just like Christianity, just like any religion. But yeah, at the end of the day, this is all just waffling over nothing. Like I said, this is just them whining like a child whining about July 4th being on the same day as his birthday. There's no way around it. It's just very silly. Very silly. This constant outrage at nothing is what turned me away from conservatism. Yeah, exactly. And it's over now, like it won't be next year. They survived it. They did, in fact, survive it. Yes. Good point. All right, let's jump right into the next segment, shall we? I've got a lot of segments today. I'm planning on taking a bit of a break after this, so I want to get through as many segments as possible for the editors. And I might go live again on Friday, but then after that, I'm taking a break from politics stuff, so I'm trying to get as much recorded today as I can. I might still go live after that, by the way, for gaming and shit, but I'm taking a break from politics. For my own sake. Okay, let's open up YouTube. I have so many saved videos. So many, in fact. Maybe I'll let you guys pick what you want to watch. I used to just be able to drop down on the side here. I can't anymore. That kind of sucks. Whatever.
Like 10 years ago.
Okay. We'll get rid of that one. I hate the capitalization of Jesus. That's a mouthful. But yes, I agree. That's why I want to learn how to 3D model. I've actually been practicing a little bit. Here, I'll show you guys real quick before we get on to the next segment. Let me pull up. So there's a very popular donut tutorial from Blender Guru. I think it's called Blender Guru. And so I made myself a little donut in Blender. Isn't that cool? I made it on my laptop, or else I pulled up the actual model for you. But yeah, Blender's really fun. I've been trying to work with it. I've been trying to make a character in it. It's just like there's a very steep learning curve. I feel literally ill after that segment, but that might be because I got the Rona. Oof, I'm so sorry. I hope you're doing okay. Make sure you keep yourself hydrated and fed and all that. Oh, shoot. Sorry, that was DMs. Doesn't matter. Nothing showed. That's why I have stream on a timer. If something bad had showed, I could just press the N key. Which I actually meant to reduce the timer to 4 seconds, but I think it's still on 7. But that should be fine. Yeah, it's still 7. Oh well. What's up, Tipster? I need to get my channel going on religion stuff so we can do collabs. That'll get you trouble with the intellectual dark web of Christians and pseudo Sigma bosses. That would be fun. It's always fun to get in a little trouble. All right, let's take a look at what we got cooking here. So we got, this is from, some of these are from a while ago. I don't know if I want to cover like this longer one, but definitely the shorter ones. We just did a Ben Shapiro, so maybe not that. But a Michael Knowles video, we could do that. Michael Knowles is pretty good for the algorithm. Yeah, eat soup and cough drops for sure. Take cough drops, don't eat them. You're not supposed to say you eat medicine, if you didn't know that. Okay. Well, what do you guys want? Do you guys want anything specific from this list? We got Joe Rogan. This is from a little while back. He was on with Dr. Phil. Canada has no parental rights. We could do another Ben Shapiro if you guys really want to. Oh, this is from the time, what's her face? I can't remember her name, but she's the one who like owned Michael Knowles, and then Michael Knowles actually called her up or something to have like a conversation. So we could watch that. Find another LGTV vid from that dude? Maybe. I kind of want to cover bigger channels for right now. Yeah, Lumi. Lumi something. You're right. Michael Knowles is so miserable, but I bet his reaction is hilarious. Yeah, it's a short one. Let's just do that. We'll start with that. All right, so Dylan Mulvaney. I don't really give a shit about her. I wouldn't have known who she was if not for conservatives constantly talking about her and bringing her up. They seem to have a bit of an obsession, including Michael Knowles, who recently spoke about Days of Girlhood, a song by Dylan Mulvaney. Now, I'm going to assume the song is safe to play on YouTube because it's in this video. So we're just going to run with it. I mean, it's, you know, it is what it is. If I get demonetized, then whatever. I'd rather do it for the content. I'm a little bit of a content whore, so whatever. But yeah, let's just take a look at what Michael Knowles had to say about the song. And if you don't know who Dylan Mulvaney, by the way, is, Dylan Mulvaney is basically just a TikTok personality, trans woman who got put on a Budweiser can, like one Budweiser can, and then conservatives lost their minds and protested Budweiser or whatever. Real liberal bullshit. So Michael Knowles is one of those who does not, apparently not like her, even though he won't shut up about her. So let's take a look at what's going on.
I thought I would be able to avoid this. I tried my best.
Okay.
But my producers tricked me. I sit down.
Oh, I'm sure.
And they say, hey, all right, Michael,
so
here's
hard,
the song we're doing. We want your take on it.
Check it out.
Days of Girlhood.
Seriously.
By Dylan Mulvaney. Take it away.
I'm sorry, if you're using a Family Guy clip as like a cutaway, it's over. Like your channel does not know how to meme.
This is going to be so gross.
Dubsy, censor the feet. We must censor the feet. Okay.
Ring the alarms immediately. We have a code pink emergency. Calling women of all ages.
You don't actually have to censor the feet, Dubsy, but you can if you want.
Girls like me gotta learn the basics. Last look quick, change, sip champagne. Playing catch up 'cause we
catchy.
missed the pregame. Pull up the group chat where you at, drop
The pregame, also known as childhood, adolescence.
It's a little cringe. I don't like the group chat line.
Can't get out of bed. Tuesday morning, pick up meds. Wednesday, retail therapy. Cash or credit, I say yes. Thursday, had a walk of shame.
It's got Rebecca Black vibes. It's got Rebecca Black Friday vibes, not gonna lie.
Didn't even
And yeah,
know his
auto-tune.
name. Weekends are for kissing friends. Friday night, all overspent. Saturday, we flirt for drinks. Playing wingmen to our twins. Sunday, the Twilight soundtrack. Use my breakdown in the bath.
Did you say Twilight soundtrack? That is so 2013, man.
These are the days.
Still work.
These are the days. These are
Listen, Dylan Mulvaney looks fine. I just think she's annoying. You know, like I personally just think she's annoying. I don't listen to her. I don't talk about her. I don't like her that much. Okay? I just think she's annoying. But she has the right to be annoying, is the thing. She's not for me. She might be for you. She's clearly for Michael Knowles. Okay? Because he won't shut up about her. You know, along with Matt Walsh and the rest of them at the Daily Wire. But she's not for me. So I really wish they just stop bringing her up.
The days of girlhood.
Put a pause here. Please, to give me any reprieve. So the pregame
Okay,
to being
buddy.
a girl.
He's gonna play up how bad the song is. It's like, okay, yeah, it's not the best song, but like, it's got some Rebecca Black vibes. But like, I'm not shutting it off because my ears are bleeding. Not like some of these conservative songs. Here, what's that? Who's got the name of that one guy who does like the conservative rap songs? Ben Shapiro made an awful rap song. Perfect. Let's look that up. Here, Ben Shapiro rap song. Facts, Tom McDonald featuring Ben Shapiro. Let's take a look at this.
They call me offensive, controversial. There's only two genders, boys and girls. They can't cancel my message because I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world. Got no one to protect it. I'm the man who don't respect.
There we go.
Stats. I've got the facts. My money like Lizzo, my pockets are fat. Homie,
Okay, this bops.
Don't be a wap. Dog, it's a yarmulke, homie, no cap. Look at the graphs. Look at my charts. You're blowing money on strippers and cars. You go into prison, I'm on television. Dogs, no one knows who you are. Keep hating on
No, sorry. I'm sorry. He did it better.
me on the internet. My comment section all woke Karens. And I make racks off compound interest. Y'all live with your parents. Nikki, take some notes. I just did this for fun. All my people download this. Let's get a Billboard #1.
It's beautiful. Sorry, it's beautiful. I can't knock it. I love it. Dubsy, or whoever's editing this, please cut some of that out so that I don't get copyright strike.
Right, he doesn't say days of womanhood, it's days of girlhood. And he said, but the pregame is girlhood. He's saying the pregame is when you're naturally conceived and you get your sex, and then you're a baby and a little girl and a child and a preteen, then you go through puberty and you're a teenager and then you're a young adult. All that, that's just the pregame to what Dylan Mulvaney considers to be the beginning of girlhood, when, what, late 20s or something.
Where'd my captions go?
He says, what do you do? Monday, you can't get out of bed. Us girls, we're so emotional, you know. I guess there's some truth to that. It's probably offensive to some women who, you know, have their act a little bit more together than, you know, just lounging in bed all Monday. Tuesday morning, we pick up meds. That's to a lot of women. And hold on, maybe Dylan Mulvaney has a point.
A lot of people.
So he's just looking at it saying, okay, well, you girls kind of lounge about.
He's really not being as mean as I thought he would be, not gonna lie. Alec, he has zero fucking flow. I disagree.
Sometimes, then you all take your Zoloft.
Ben Shapiro,
Wednesday is for
Ben Shapiro, lyrical god.
Retail therapy. You all go shopping. Cash or credit? I say yes. Get it?
He's not being as mean because he is so misogynistic, and he's like, wow, Dylan's actually kind of being a base misogynist here because women take med, right? Women crazy and need medication.
My God!
He does look tired as
Thursday
well.
had a walk of shame, so you go sit up on
He looks real tired, actually. He looks even more tired than I look.
Thursdays, and then I didn't even know his name. And then weekends, we kiss our friends. What do you do? You have pillow fights too, Dylan? And Friday night, I'll overspend again. You know us girls, we have no self-control or reason or accountability. Then Saturday,
Knowles isn't nearly as hateful as Matt or Candace. No. Michael Knowles is the one who said that we need to eradicate, quote unquote, transgenderism, which just means genocide trans people. You know, when you water it down. He doesn't think that transgender people should even exist in public spaces at all, which is what most conservatives believe. But he came out and said it. So that actually makes him way more hateful than like the rest of them usually are. He just happens to not be that hateful in this specific video because he's trying to bond with Dylan Mulvaney over what he perceives as misogyny, which it's not, but he's perceiving it that way, and that's why he's not being that mean.
Flirt for drinks. We just kind of, you know, pull our tops down a little bit. I'm not sure how well it works for Dylan Mulvaney, but some women, yeah, they do get some free drinks at bars. That's true. Then we play wingman to our. Now, this is a very confusing one because this is saying who previously would have pursued.
This what? What?
And to our. Now, this is a very confusing one because this
Did he say, is he mouthing homosexual man? Yeah, he said homosexual man.
He's saying he...
Because he knows that, you know, on YouTube you're not allowed to call Dylan Mulvaney a man, apparently.
Who previously would have pursued men as a...
Yes.
Is now saying, going to get a male best friend that he's not romantically interested in. Well, he plays the wingman because the straight men are supposedly interested in Dylan Mulvaney. Did you follow any of that?
Nope.
There's so much more to say. First, though,
I didn't either.
go to goodranchers.com.
But I'm stupid,
Promo code
so.
Knowles. Do you know what the real March Madness is? It's the struggle to find quality, affordable American meat at the grocery store. That's what's real madness these days. Also, Yale beat Auburn. That was kind of mad as well. That is why I have ordered all of my meat from Good Ranchers. As the #1 American meat delivery service in the United States, Good Ranchers.
I gotta say, just as a side note, I do think Michael Knowles has like a touch more Riz than Matt Walsh does. I think that Matt Walsh is like the most Rizless out of all of them.
Brings 100% American beef, chicken, pork, and wild-caught seafood right to your door, relieving you from grocery store chaos and parking nightmares. When you go to the store,
Talking about
you end
meat.
up parking about a mile away, then you
Get
get a
your
cart
meat, baby.
with only one non-squeaky
love
wheel, then you settle for low-quality, overpriced garbage meat in
Do we really think Michael Knowles eats meat? It's probably all he eats. That's why he looks so greasy.
disgusting styrofoam packages that you're going to pay a ton of money for on top of all of it. Stop the meat madness.
He took the Jordan Peterson diet advice and ate only meat. And then he had a sip of apple cider and got hospitalized.
With GoodRanchers.com, Good Ranchers, it's just simply unbelievable. Right now, during the March Madness event, you get free jumbo chicken wings for a year with any subscription.
Jumbo!
Absolutely unbelievable.
Your
Claim your
jumbo
$150
meat stick.
value of free wings, plus an additional $20 off with code Knowles at GoodRanchers.com today. GoodRanchers.com, promo code Knowles to enjoy meat madness. March Meat Madness.
Meat Madness. Now that's a title. Meat Madness? Holy shit, that goes hard.
How long? Oh my goodness, this goes on
So
forever.
to speak.
Are you kidding me?
Oh god.
You know, the tune itself is actually not that bad. In fairness. Just kind of like an early 2000s rock song.
It is very stock. Oh look, he's bouncing along to it. He's into it. It's very stock 2000s. I don't like the song, and Dylan Mulvaney's singing frankly makes it worse, not better. I just think that it's I don't know. I think it's poorly written. I think that it's mediocre at best, but I also don't care that much. You know, clearly it makes some people happy. Okay, that's fine. You're allowed to like mediocre things. Okay? TBH, I like it, and that's fine. You're allowed to like it. I'm not mad at you for liking it. It's slop. I think it's slop. Exactly. You know? But I like my fair share of slop. You know, most Pokemon games are slop. I like Pokemon. Risk of Rain, there's not as much slop. I liked Pow World for a while, but that's 1000% slop. It was even too sloppy for me. So, you're allowed to like slop. Okay? It's just that Michael Knowles takes it a step further and says, no, like, we're going to shit on this slop, not because it's slop, but because Dylan Mulvaney is trans, and I don't like that. Supposedly. For how much he talks about her, I doubt it, actually.
Patriarchy's over, says Mulvaney. Okay, is that it, please?
I wish patriarchy were over.
It is.
The forced feminization. It only comes when patriarchy ends.
Love ya.
Yeah, okay. I'm grateful to
Okay.
because I made my Rockefeller Center debut thanks to Mulvaney.
Once again, corny as shit song, don't like it, but not for the reasons Michael Knowles doesn't like it, supposedly. Even though he was bouncing along to it, and it was kind of cute.
Or two ago.
Not gonna lie.
Featured me in it. Played a clip from my show in Rockefeller Center show in New York. And I have some pity for him, too. Anyone who has to tell you how...
Wait. I have some pity, what? I need to hear it one more time.
My show in Rockefeller Center show in New York. And I have some pity for to anyone who has
Oh, I see. No, they're censoring the him.
to tell you how supremely happy he is all the time with the giddiness and the intensity and the excitement, that big smile ear to ear all the time and always dancing around.
Well, because you people insist that they're not. You know, conservatives insist that trans people aren't happy, actually. So, yeah, they do that. They exaggerate how happy they are, oftentimes, to show you that they can be happy despite what you're saying about them and to them. You know, and that takes a lot. You know, I don't like Dylan Mulvaney, but I'm sure that Dylan Mulvaney has been through a lot more bullshit than I have, just by virtue of being trans. You know, and that sucks. And I have been through some shit, okay? As a personality online. You know, I've had my fair share of people calling me this and that. But it's never going to be as bad as if I were trans. Never. Especially a trans woman.
Is probably
No, I take it back. Trans men get it really bad too. I don't want to pit them against each other.
not that happy.
They have their struggles.
When people are just kind of comfortable and confident, that usually is more convincing than when they've got to, do like cartwheels everywhere and talk about how supremely happy they are. And he's obviously not happy because he's not doing the supposed to do. Aristotle defines happiness as rational activity
Supposed to.
conducted.
What's Dylan Mulvaney? Wait, this is gay as shit. What? This is like a supremely femme outfit on a bearded person. They're all dressed femme. Every single person here is dressed femme.
Excellently in accordance with virtue. And so what he's doing is irrational and doing the irrational thing pretty well. So in a way, excellent at doing the irrational thing, but it's certainly not in accordance with virtue. It's not.
It is so much extra work to censor the he every time. It's like, just use the proper pronouns and you won't have to censor it. Like, come on.
Not in accordance with a real objective kind of excellence. And so
Aristotle also lived in a time when trans people were high priestess. I'll take your word for it. I don't know much about it. Back in my day, men used to dress like men back in the day. Yeah, I like pointing out King Louis XIV. I don't know much about history, as I said, but King Louis XIV, holy shit, what a queen. Okay? They call him King Louis, and yet such a queen, right? I believe he was like, it was either him or like the people who worked for him invented the high heels for him. You know, like they were originally for men. So I don't know, like, and look at the stockings, like everything about this is femme, everything. If you told me this was a woman back in the day, I would have believed you. You know? Yeah, absolutely fabulous. Return to tradition.
gonna be pretty unhappy.
Cherry? Another cherry? Oh, come on, one more,
So
one
the
more.
Family Guy cutaways. Oh, such a stupid cutaway. Okay. It's an attempt at avoiding detection for the TOS violations. Yes, I'm aware, but why not just... It'd be so much easier to just refer to them as the pronouns they prefer, you know what I mean? Like the trans people generally. Like, it's so much easier and more feasible. I just don't get it. I don't get it. But yeah, there you go. Michael Knowles reacting to Dylan Mulvaney's new song. I didn't personally like the song that much. But that's just me. Dylan Mulvaney's fine as a person, I'm sure. She's been through a lot of shit. I find her annoying and cringe, but she's allowed to be annoying and cringe. That's her right. And I'll defend her right to the death, okay? It's like my dad always used to tell me. What did he say? He said, I may not agree with what you have to say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. And I say the same thing about being cringe. I may not agree with your cringe, but I will defend to the death your right to be cringe. What's this, NRA? Let's take a look. The Ennery, the The NRA, singular NRE, were Scythian, androgynous / effeminate priests and shamanistic soothsayers who played an important role in the Scythian religion. Interesting. I didn't know. Read the rest of my messages if you want to respond to what I said. They only censor the first and last minute, and there's probably also an uncensored version on the other platforms. The cruelty's the point. Oh, sorry. If you saw my setup, you would understand why sometimes I don't respond to everything. It's like a little bit clunky. Yeah, they do think they're edgy, for sure. Okay, moving right along. Take that out of the list. What do we got next? I kind of want to go over this Anna Kasparian thing.
Let's jump to this
pool. Also, have you noticed that once Dylan started looking a lot better, the bullying went down a lot? I think it's just people getting bored. Like, when you're a hater, here's the problem. When you're a hater, you can only hate something or somebody for so long. You know what I mean? Like, you get bored. You have to move on to the next person or thing to hate. And you might circle back around, but ultimately, you're constantly looking for a new thing or person to hate. You know? Whereas, if you're trans, you're constantly doing the same thing, defending yourself from hate and trying to just exist as a trans person. You know? So, transphobia in that way is destined to lose because people are going to get really bored of being transphobic. You know, it loses its touch. May take a while, but alas. Anna Kasparian, nice. Yeah, and hating also does take a lot of energy. I'm trying to do less hate content, honestly. My sister says she likes your Dio shirt. Thank you. Yes, it is Dio. It was me, Dio. See? Ooh, my camera's like really tilted. Hold on. There we go. Ah, it's tilting again. I think that's better. Let's move it this way. There we go. You guys should see how my camera set up. It's like set up with, you guys know, like those tentacles that wrap around, like they're like stands, but with tentacles that basically just wrap themselves around something. And so like, here, let me just take a picture of it. Otherwise, I'm just going to sound weird. Yeah, tripod. It's a tripod, but it's got like flexible limbs. 10 tickles? Indeed. Ten whole tickles? Ugh, great. We keep getting raids in the Discord server. Fucking sucks. Fine. Nothing we can't handle. But yeah, I've got the tripod thing wrapping around. Stop taking pictures of me. Oh yeah, I guess that would have looked like me taking a picture of you. What are you doing, chat? I see you. But yeah, let me pull this up real quick. Sorry, I'm just thanking my incredible moderators for taking care of the bots in the Discord. We have such a great moderation team on the Discord. Queen Laura, Lady Nova, who else we got? Guitar Rocker, Shano just joined. Viv. Thank you to all of you guys. You guys do incredible work, and I don't pay you a dime, and yet you do it anyway, and that's wonderful. I'm so, like, grateful to have you all. Thank you. All right, let me pull this up. Enough glazing. Here's the camera setup. So it's like wrapping around a microphone stand. It works pretty well, though. The guy that I bought my microphone from tried to schmooze me into buying a very fancy stand. It costs like hundreds of dollars. And to be fair, it's a very good stand. And you can like move it around with a remote. You know, like it's really cool. But yeah, grippy stand. Yeah. But yeah, I think this is fine. You know, there ain't nothing wrong with it. So, anyway, let's move on to the Tim Pool video. Oh yeah, it's a single party consent state. I can record you against your will. That's Ohio, baby. All right. Anna Kasparian and in general the Young Turks, from what I've seen, I haven't talked about it a whole lot, but from what I've seen, they've been on one. You know, everything from like weird transphobic diatribes about like, you know, not using the term birthing persons or whatever, to like attacking homeless people, you know? And that's what the latter is what this particular video is going to be about, because we're reacting to a Tim Pool video who's going over an Anna Kasparian take, and then talking about how the left attacked her for it. Now, I don't like what this is, like, I don't like what this is insinuating, that DeSantis went after squatters. I don't know exactly what this law is, but let's take a look. What's your thoughts on voting for third party? I think it's kind of useless, honestly. I don't think that voting third party is a very good thing to do, unless you have ranked choice voting. Ron DeSantis squatting. Perfect. Let's take a look.
Imagine going on vacation and coming home to find people living there and
turn it up.
Imagine going on vacation and coming home to find people living there and refusing to leave. Well, that's called squatting, and believe it or not, when it happens, it's really hard to evict the squatters. Well, not anymore. A new state law will...
I don't like the way that's framed. A lot of the time, squatting takes place on properties that people are almost never at. Like vacation homes. You know what I mean? So, I just don't like the way that that's framed.
Make the process much easier for property owners. Ari Otzer joins us from Opelika to explain the issue. Ari.
Well, Juwan, it's almost...
It also takes place in like apartment buildings that nobody's occupying, and like abandoned buildings. That's usually where squatting takes place. Nobody goes to a nice furnished home and squats there. You know, like nobody just goes in, like some people might, but that's not, from what I understand, a very broad problem. Usually it's squatting in like vacation homes.
It's unheard of for a bill to pass through the Florida legislature, both the House and the Senate, with unanimous support. Everyone from both parties agreeing that something had to be done about squatting. And today, Governor DeSantis signed that bill into law.
You know what you do about squatting? Government housing. Imagine having a house so that you don't have to squat. You know? Like, let's be real here.
Police ended up in a shootout with a squatter in that Southwest Miami-Dade incident. And at this home in Miami, occupied illegally by squatters, they found a dead body last summer.
Someone broke into the house. They changed the...
Yeah, better housing, more affordable housing, you know, like government housing, anything. But instead, they're just going to, like, you know, this is reactionary lawmaking is what this is called. Because you're reacting to the problem instead of preventing it. Okay, you can prevent squatting if you just have good housing policies.
The lot, and they stay there like they own the property.
Marie Javier owns the house. She was having it renovated as a rental when squatters took over.
So they stayed in the property like for 2 months.
That's because once squatters move in, getting...
Okay, well, we get the idea. So it's basically just anti-squatter, anti-homeless policies. let's take a look at what Anna Kasparian and Tim Pool have to say about it.
Let's jump to this next story. I just saw Phil tweeted this out. This is fun. Anna Kasparian is officially a conservative. She says, I support Ron DeSantis, and I will vote for him in 2028. Everyone, all hail Ron DeSantis. I'm kidding. She didn't say it like that.
Oh, I was like, what?
She said, thank you for the free publicity. Yes, the bipartisan bill that DeSantis just signed protecting homeowners from thieves and squatters should be commended.
Anna Kasparian praises Ron DeSantis in Florida for passing an anti-squatter bill and criticizes New York and California for sitting on their ass and doing nothing about it. She undercuts the premise when she says, we don't know how widespread, blah, blah, blah.
Left Watch. I love that.
One of my favorite accounts.
They said Anna Kasparian praised...
Listen, all I'm going to say is if you got Tim Pool praising you, there's probably a problem. You're probably doing something wrong.
Praises Ron DeSantis and Florida for passing an anti-squatter bill and criticizes New York and California for sitting on their asses and doing nothing about it. She undercuts the premise when she says we don't know how wide...
Also, New York is safer than it's ever been. Just FYI.
...spread squatting really is.
I just heard that recently.
So I suppose it's only a matter of time before Anna comes out and says she's voting for Trump. And I think she might take, like, that probably would irk her that I said that. But it's reality. You can't deny it. You know?
I would hope that Anna Kasparian does not reach that point, but I can see her reaching the point of voting third party. I can definitely see that. Voting Trump, I think that would be a little bit of a stretch for her. I think she's really trying to play this centrist line right now, by which I mean conservative, but they just label themselves centrist. But I don't know. It could happen. Who's to say?
Now, Anna, you're watching in real time people who believe in psychotic nonsense. It does not make sense to seize someone's home. It does not make sense to chop up bodies and put them in the drain.
Oh, yeah. I forgot Cenk Uygur's running. Yeah, she'll just vote for Cenk.
And not go to jail. And Anna knows this. And when
my
she
co-host
says,
is the president, thank
this,
you.
if this is what it means to be on the left, I'm not on the left anymore. And Cenk goes, no, trust me, it's not. And then every single time, they prove her right.
Yeah.
The left comes out and says, yes, we want this. Cenk is trying to maintain this facade for the Young Turks of we're progressive, trust me. But deep...
To be clear, I don't like squatting. I don't like the concept of squatting. I don't like homeless people being on the streets. I don't like looking at homeless people on the streets. Okay? I don't like the fact that when I stop at a red light, there is a homeless person saying, you know, help me, I'm former military, or please help, anything works, I'll take food, whatever. I don't like looking at that. Nobody does. Because that's suffering. Nobody likes looking at suffering. But I don't want them to just go away. They're people, and I want them taken care of. And Anna Kasparian has shown time and again that she simply does not give a shit about them. Okay? She dehumanizes them. She says they shit on the streets, which they very well might. But when you point that out without the proper context, it's not like they're shitting on the streets for the fun of it. It's the fact that nowhere is going to let them use the bathroom. And there's no public bathrooms around. So they got to shit. They got to do it somewhere. So, yeah, they're going to shit on the street. Where would you rather them do it? In a public restroom? Build one. I'm all for that. You know, let's actually treat them like people. But that's too difficult, apparently, for Anna. So, yeah, fuck her.
Deep down, the more Anna reads, the more she knows they're wrong, they're crazy, and Cenk is just going to keep saying, no, trust me, don't worry.
I feel like he knows too, though.
Absolutely.
Mean, you can't be on the
just
same, set with her talking about this and feel
it's
like
no
she's
shit
wrong.
November. Just
I can't speak to her, to what's going on inside of her head, but it seems like she's come in contact with reality. I continuously say that people that are on the left tend to have a counter Enlightenment perspective because they don't set their kind of foundation or the way they structure their lives based on reality. And I think that
hold on, I want to replay that.
They don't tend to have a counter Enlightenment perspective because they don't set their
counter Enlightenment.
Their kind of
who's against the vaccines again? And would that be for or against Enlightenment values and principles?
Foundation or the way they structure their lives based on reality. And I think
these people think that like the Enlightenment was a time when all the people of the world like started scratching their chins. You know, at last, the age of chin scratchery becomes true. It is real. At last, with the Enlightenment, they all scratched their little chinny chins and said, yes, the world do be this way, okay? And actually, yes, we do live in a society, right? And then things were good. That's the Enlightenment to these people.
I think that Anna's personal experiences and the things that she's seen have started to kind of wear away at the romantic idea that, or a lot of the romantic ideas on the left. Go ahead.
What did you say this morning? I think Anna got mugged.
I do.
Honestly.
I think she had a negative experience with, I believe, a homeless person. I don't know the whole story.
People like this being on the right, like with how jacked he is going to be my motivation for getting back to the gym. I was going to go today, but then instead I sat around and did nothing. Whatever.
Or, I don't want to speak.
Was it true?
Yes.
I think
that was a while, like 6 months ago or something.
Week.
Yeah.
Really?
That's when she first started talking about crime.
Yes.
This is why I say, though, like...
Is this Blair White? Or is it somebody else?
Everyone talks about, there's that saying that like progressives live in the future, conservatives live in the past. I don't think that's true. I think progressives catch on to things quite late, actually. They'll come to terms with like problems that exist and see it around them actually quite late.
Okay.
So she's talking about crime being a problem.
They can't be transphobic. They have Blair White on their podcast. They can't be transphobic. That's impossible.
In 2024. And most of us were seeing that 2020.
They can't be racist. They have Candace Owens.
2021.
Oh,
and,
wait.
like, losing
the Daily
our
Wire
minds.
doesn't anymore. Now we can call them racist.
And also, like, it also speaks to the fact that there is a significant section section of the left that doesn't believe in putting people in jail at all.
Yeah.
Apparently,
there are some weirdos on the left that think that, but I think the argument is, the proper argument is, we don't believe in jails as they currently exist. Obviously you need a place in which to separate people from society when they commit wrongdoings. You need that. And we call that jail, we call that prison, we call that whatever you want to call it, right? But my argument is, instead of just holding them in a cage, why not actually rehabilitate them? Why not take the steps necessary to make them a productive member of society once again? It's called rehabilitation and reintegration. But they'd rather just stick them in a box. This is the same thing with asylums I've said before. They just want to label people with the big R slur, right? And wrap them up in cocoons and shove them into padded rooms where they don't have to think about them. That's an asylum, okay? So they just want to take all these degenerates, all these ne'er-do-wells, whatever you want to call them, and just shove them in places where we don't have to think about them anymore. And whatever happens to them doesn't matter. All that be damned, as long as we don't have to think about them.
The Sam Cedar crowd was calling her the next Dave Rubin a year ago.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, she was starting around a year ago talking.
Well, but they also called her like a womb haver or something.
I think that was the first thing.
There we go.
That was the first thing she started talking about, and then the crime was the big one.
Well, even before that, she always had kind of weird takes about homelessness and like crime.
She was like, "Wait a second,"
and then she was like, "Wait, I read about Kyle Rittenhouse, and y'all were wrong."
Yeah, that happened as well. I mean, look at all these things that she's, as far as we're concerned, these are things that were obvious and we've known and talked about for 5 years or whatever,
It's
right?
a cult.
Yeah, it really is.
So when you're in a cult and you're surrounded by people who are reinforcing the lies, it's hard to break out of it.
The mass media, the NBC, ABC stuff is like reinforcing that cult. It's a big...
Reinforcing what lies, though? Like which lies? Which ones?
Big media cult. The CIA was doing it with what was that program they were running in like the 60s and the 50s, just media manipulation program. Really popular.
Yeah. She saw one, parentheses, spelled out one, close parentheses, homeless person, and decided that she never wanted, she hates homeless people now. Abandoned all her principles. She's right-wing now.
Well-known CIA program of like just manipulating
I don't think
media.
it was popular. COINTELPRO or something like that?
Maybe.
COINTELPRO or something like that? I'm not
apparently the program's shut down now, but it doesn't mean that they stopped. This is just a big cult. It is a big cultural control.
Yes, what's the over-under on Anna Kasparian announcing in October she's voting for Trump?
Meanwhile, y'all are the ones bitching and moaning about how like Transgender Acceptance Day or whatever, Visibility Day, fell on the same day as Easter, just coincidentally. Like, there weren't people complaining that Transgender Visibility Day was on the same day as Easter, but they would have had a better claim to that, actually, because Transgender Day has been going on since 2009, and it's always been on March 31st. But one year, for some reason, Easter falls on that day. Why? What's up with that? Oh, you must have done that on purpose. Fuck you.
I don't think she would ever admit it, but I think that she would do it in the. I think she'd do it in the
She get in that booth.
Operation Mockingbird is the name of the CIA program. Operation
That's when they
Mockingbird.
infiltrated media. I'm gonna be honest. I would bet. Yeah, she's gonna be like, I'm not gonna vote for Trump. She's gonna walk in the booth and hit Trump.
Yeah, who's to say why a homeless person might become agitated or like be mentally unwell? Who's to say, really? Good point, Lucifer writing.
Yeah, and it goes to show,
You
just
know,
like
somebody
in the
who
cult,
doesn't
like you
have a
said,
roof over their heads.
things just have to get so extreme for a few stragglers. Just
The only time birthing person comes up is in legal context, and then apparently Anna specifically runs into non-legal context. She said she's on record as saying that it happened in a medical facility. She was called a birthing person in a medical context and in a medical facility. Okay? And that's an important distinction in that regard. All right? If you were born with a womb, even if you transition to being masculine presenting, you can still do things like get pregnant or get uterine cancer or, need to see a gynecologist because you still have all that packaging down there. That is female. All right? That is a womb haver. Okay? A birthing person, or if you will, or whatever you want to call it. Somebody with a womb. All right? That's the distinction. You can be a trans man with a womb. All right? And you are still a man. So to be upset about that in a medical context, nobody's calling people a womb haver at a restaurant. All right? Or like on job applications. All right? That's not happening. So if you fearmonger about it, you're probably just a transphobe. To some extent, at least.
start to be like,
She's
wait,
clearly displayed
you hear about people who
disdain
leave
for
actual
trans
cults
people
and
or trans women.
It gets to the point where things are just so extreme. So, people not going to jail for having corpses in their house. And it's so crazy because for me,
that was
it's
the breaking point for
Yeah,
Anna.
it's like there was a lot leading up to.
Wait, what? Hold on.
So extreme. So, people not going to jail for having corpses in their house. And it's so crazy because for me,
that was
it's
the
like,
breaking point for
Yeah,
Anna.
it's like there was a lot leading up.
Where is that happening? Did that happen? Can we see a source on that? Maybe it did happen. I'd love to see it though.
To that, sis, but whatever.
I think in the age that we're in now, if you leave a cult and you have a microphone and you tell the world about the cult and expose it, you can completely dissolve the cult. One person, we're not really in the age of this.
See, that's not true either, but that's an entirely other discussion. Just take Scientology, for example. Anybody who comes and speaks out against Scientology, if they were formerly a Scientologist, it's not good. It's not good. And that's why they still exist.
Controlling mechanism crap that we used to be, and God willing, we'll never enter into again if we can maintain freedom. So it's easy kind of, once you're out of it, to kind of speak the truth, especially if you're the righteous one. I think then the cult will fall away.
If this really were a cult, she'd be getting and she probably has gotten death threats from the left. I'm not going to say that there's a single leftist out there who's not sending death threats or whatever. I'm sure it happens. I'm sure there may be even leftists who dox people, but it happens a shit ton less on the left, from what I've seen at least.
It's the righteous cult, then you probably aren't going to be able to stop it.
I wonder how much she makes, the Young Turks. Because she's been there for
$700,000 a year.
She probably makes something like that.
$500,000 more, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, she's been there for a long time. I know Jank is probably making millions.
Thanks for the
Do they
affirmation.
co-own the
Anytime.
company? She has stock in the
I don't
company?
think so. But I was told by one of the guys at the Young Turks their subscriber numbers, but this was like 8 years ago, so it could certainly be higher or lower. I don't know. High, but not super high. But I know that they make millions of dollars. They probably make a lot more than that, and they have investment. But I wonder how much she makes, and.
Got enough to
and
be
is
able
it
to
worth
say
it?
this now.
Well, so the issue is I have to imagine that Anna, after all this time of being on the Young Turks, has a pretty happy nest egg and is not concerned at all about the negative repercussions of calling out the BS.
Because she could easily go.
Well, if you want my opinion, I think she's trying to grift toward the center and be a centrist person and make as much money as she can grifting towards both sides. You know what I mean? She strikes me as a grifter at this point. I think there was a point where she had values, but she saw the money and got dollar signs in her eyes, and now she's grifting toward the center.
Independent.
Just my take, just speculation.
She left or was fired for straying. She could go independent for sure.
Well,
How long have they been doing the Young Turks?
It's like 20 years.
Oh, a long time. I was a kid watching the Young Turks.
Yeah. It's like 20 years.
She's like, I got enough money where...
Yeah, see, she's been doing it for so long. That's why I say I don't think that she started as a grifter. I think that she started as an honest left-leaning individual, and also she's had takes before that it was only a couple years ago where she was saying that birthing person is a medical term that is used in some context. She literally just contradicted herself from years ago. So she did believe those things at one time, and now suddenly she's turning tail on it, she's fed up with it for some reason. I don't understand. Unless it's for money. Yeah, it did come really suddenly. I agree, Lady Nova. She started grifting around the time she didn't agree with me. Yeah, okay.
I'm sick and tired of this socialist line because you guys are going to take my money.
If you don't agree with me, you're a grifter. Correct.
I'm sure.
I don't think it's that. I think it's more so that,
good call.
You know, when you're younger and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing with my career. I don't know how far I can go. And they say play ball. You might get worried. You might be like, if I lose this job, what do I do? She's at the point in her career where she's like, I got money. Ain't nobody telling me what I can or can't say.
And she's just older. You know, she was really young when she started, and also,
see, I don't think so. I just think she's chasing money.
So I think you can't underestimate how powerful just the fact that she's built her entire social circle probably up around people that are hardcore lefties. And, you know, you see it on the right too. People build their social circle around it. That's why,
you know,
when you come out as a different, you know, ideology or start thinking differently, you shed friends, you shed people.
I think the fact.
Well, that's going to happen no matter what. Like, I've got conservative family members that I don't talk to anymore because, like, they accused, you know, various other left-leaning family members of being pedophiles or, like, you know, being too into the transgender thing or whatever. And they're just cut off now, you know, and that's their doing, not mine. All right, I still have conservative family members that I talk to. I just don't talk to them anymore because they took it a step too far.
The fact that she's a co-host actually has somewhat insulated her from the cultism of the cult. So for a lot of these people who host their own channels, like Hassan's mental breakdown, you saw that?
Yeah.
No.
Hassan's viewership is down like 60 or more %. His core.
I heard about that. I heard that he's like not having a good time. And I'm not a big fan of Hassan anymore or his recent takes, but I do in some ways feel bad for him because even just being at the size I'm at, which is not big at all, I'm feeling some of the stresses of streaming and I get it. But at the same time, it's like, you represent the left, dude. You've got to have a better presence than that.
Poor viewer, his subscriber base is dropping. He apparently had a meltdown because he only got 13,000
yeah, they're saying leftism
viewers
is
on a
cult.
stream where he normally gets 40 or more.
Oh man, complaining about your viewers
That's
is
ridiculous.
the worst.
Well, his career's done.
What does it help?
It is ridiculous.
If
I mean, I've had upwards of like 100 at one time, but if you want to go way back, I've had like upwards of 200 before, but like that was few and far between. But right now we only have 35. It's fine. What I've accepted is that I'm going to have low numbers on streams, and then my higher numbers are going to be on YouTube videos. And when they're not higher on YouTube videos, you just suck it up and deal with it. You know, like you just move on to the next video, the next thing, right? And that's how content creation works. You're constantly moving on to the next thing. And I think Hassan has just been grinding for so long that it's starting to get to him. You know, he's getting a lot of pressure from a lot of different directions. But ultimately, I can't feel that bad for him. You know, he in a way, he kind of knew what he was signing up for.
If he drops,
nobody wants to be complained about.
Look, he has a breakdown. The issue is for Hassan as the principal of his channel, he has to maintain the lowest common denominator of all his viewers. And if he can't at any point, they leave. Anna's a co-host. She can say whatever she wants.
True.
Whether subscribers come and go, if she's on salary, she doesn't care. Now, Cenk is the guy who's like, no, don't leave the left, because he's thinking, how many subscribers are we going to gain?
I think to some extent, Hassan can also say whatever he wants, because there are some people, there's enough people now who are just ride or die Hassan that he could very likely, like not overnight, I don't think, but he could go conservative in some ways and still have a huge following. You know, he's pretty well taken care of.
Gain or lose from this line of thinking that she's
It's
taking.
his thing, yeah. This is why also I always say it's equally important to, you know, gain fans or viewers or listeners as to alienating viewers and fans and listeners. Like, you should be alienating people. You shouldn't, you know.
I think Hassan should quit. I think that it's coming to the time that the age of Hassan is coming to an end. I think that the age of Hassan, Vosh, Keffels, you know, whatever other bigger streamers, Destiny's time has kind of been over, but he's kind of been in the background. I think that a new wave of streamers like Shark300, Conyer, Ethan is online. I know that he's contentious, but he is a leftist streamer nonetheless. And some newer bread tubers, like they're the ones who are going to be taking over the scene pretty soon here. I do count myself among them, you know, the newer wave. But I don't want to sound pretentious, so. He can't do whatever he wants. He can't drink Coke Zero. Really? I love Coke Zero.
No, it's easier said than done because you want to make the money.
We love
but
our
like,
editors.
you shouldn't always have to.
Hello,
appeal to those
Dubsy.
lowest
Hello,
common denominator
Dubsy.
people. It takes you in a path that's just dark.
You eventually
Start
burn out.
lying. Yeah, you start lying.
So look at Hassan. This is what happens. He ends up supporting. He's being criticized by a lot of people for supporting terror and authoritarianism and calling babies colonizers.
He did do those things, did he not? Like, I hate to agree with my evil twin brother here, but he did in fact do those things. He supported the Houthi attacks, even though they were on like regular ships. He supported calling like anybody who's white or Israeli, like was he talking? Yeah, anybody who's like an Israeli settled, like anybody who's from Israel and lives anywhere like where you could consider Palestine is a settler, and therefore he does not care about them like or their lives is basically what he was insinuating. I think that could be off a little bit. But rhetoric like that is not good, Like those are most of those people are just innocent people trying to find a place to live. Now settlers, on the other hand, people who legitimately like go into Palestinian homes and remove them or support systems which then lead to that, that's the problem. That's what you have to tackle. Don't go after civilians, go after those people. Does that make sense? I feel like that makes sense. But I feel like Hassan has gone after civilians, and that's not good to do. Hello to Future Me editing this. There you go.
But it's because he kept trying to say
Future
what he
Dubsy.
thought his chat wanted to hear, so he went crazier and crazier.
Yeah.
And now
Because
everyone's like, yo, I'm out.
Because the extreme
I think Tim's right on the money with that. I think that he was just saying what he thought his chat wanted to hear.
ones are the most vocal.
Yep.
So he's
yeah.
responding to
Worst
the most
person
vocal
you know, et cetera.
as opposed to the normal average person that's watching Hassan that was, honestly
He visited a brothel that was investigated for trafficking. I don't want to comment on that. I don't know anything about it, but I've heard that is true. So I will speculate that is possible that he did that.
probably watched him because it was like, man, I think we should have free healthcare. That's literally that was the doorway,
we have people who come on this show and they're like, oh, I read the comments. And I'm like, why? That's like 0.01% of viewers.
Yeah.
And so you and they're like, yeah, but they're good.
Yeah.
I'm like, I understand that.
Yeah, they're 0.01% of viewers, but they usually do represent the overall mentality of the viewership, Like, let's look at some. If it'll load. Never mind.
But while it's great that people are commenting, and we recommend you comment and chat more, the majority of people who watch this are watching on their TVs. This is something I think is really important for a lot of people to understand. They're turning their TV on and they're opening YouTube TV or the YouTube app and playing the live stream on their TVs while they're hanging out. So they don't have the keyboards in front of them. They're just watching the show.
And most people.
Well, what I do is I'll turn on the TV and I'll have my phone. I was the OG Beanie Boy. I can't take that credit. Tim Pool was on way before I was. But I'll take my phone and be in chat on my phone. That's what I do. Big brain move.
People don't comment in general. I mean, I remember before I was even a creator, I wouldn't just comment on stuff.
Yeah.
Why would I just comment on stuff, unless I felt, I guess, really strongly?
It's the 1%.
Oh, I commented on things incessantly. I was so annoying in Hassan's chat and in Vosh's chat while I was still fans of them. And I was so annoying because I thought that I had the big swinging dick in the room. I had the important things to say. And that's why I became a streamer, because I feel like things that I have to say are important and I have a huge ego. So there you go.
That rule, what do they call it? That 1% of the people are responsible for 99% of the content.
So then you're getting led astray by the 1%. So you're losing a lot more people than you think by going in that direction.
This is why when I tweet, I think it's funny that women in New York City are getting punched and everyone loses their collective mind. I laugh. And people are like, they're super mad about it. It's
yes,
so,
the
so funny.
Kid Finder.
And I'm just like, I'll say it again. People have said to me over and over again, oh, if you insult or criticize this person, they'll never come on your show. And I'm like, and? I guess that's the limit of Timcast. I'm not going to get Cuomo on the show because I called his brother a murderer or something.
Yeah, who cares?
Is his brother a murderer? I don't know anything about that.
I mean, if that's what I was going for, I could be more like MSNBC or CNN and try to attract, Cuomo to come. I don't care.
A lot of people also treat politics like,
Tim Pool would never come on my show. Not in a million years.
a group thing or trying to be part of a group rather than just saying what you mean and how you feel, you know?
Also, people that are saying those kind of things are used to the people that they're talking to responding to the offer of
Here, 1 second.
This is when
proximity. So like we've talked about, like you don't get money for a lot of things that people in the press do. They don't get direct payments. But if you get Barack Obama's chief of staff's phone number, now that's valuable. That's worth way more than money. If he'll take your call, if Barack Obama's chief of staff will take your phone call or respond to your text, that is worth a whole lot more than 10, 20, 50 grand in your pocket. Honestly, especially if when you're at that level where you could possibly get that.
It would be cool to talk to Barack Obama. I think just for the sentimental value of, getting to hear his sexy voice over the phone, say your name. I think that's a good trade-off.
$10, $20, $50,000 doesn't matter to you. Like that's whatever money. That's
social capital.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's all about who. Like the vast majority of your life is about who you know and who you interact with. And all money is a social lubricant. It is a way to convince people to act for you. It's, hey, look, I need you to fix my drain. Would you come do it? No. If I give you $500, will you come do it? You bet I'll be there. That's all it is. It's a way to persuade. So, and if you have.
I think that's true to an extent, but I think it's oversimplifying what money is and why we use it.
Have power, then you don't need the money to get people to do things. And so that access to Barack Obama or maybe to Donald Trump or whoever, to Joe Biden, to Hillary Clinton, those kind of the access to people, those people or the people around them is way more valuable than money.
Thanks for watching this clip.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like money's pretty valuable, so I'd rather, past a certain point, I think I'd actually rather have $50,000 than talk to Obama for any length of time. Unless I were to have Obama on the show, because that'd be pretty cool. But, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Anna Kasparian's being cringe about homeless people, as per usual, and Tim Pool was just pointing it out. So, it is what it is. We're losing Anna Kasparian slowly but surely to the center right, I suppose. And, yeah, it's just sad to watch. It's sad. All right, I'm going to take a brief break. Got to run to the bathroom real quick, and I will be right back.
this
All right, I returned. Hello, everybody. All right. Got some water. We're gonna get back to it. What else we got on the docket? Let's see. Okay. What's up, Straw Hat Monty? But yeah, Straw Hat Monty, if you don't want me to read out your name in YouTube chat, you're gonna have to, you know, get that changed because I can't control like whether or not you want me to read your name in chat. You know what I mean? And like, if your name is there, sometimes I'm just going to read it. Okay. So we did Tim Pool. Did I just remove it? I think I did. All right, we did a Tim Pool. What do we do next? Let's see, we don't need this. Let's do a Brett Cooper. I want to look at some dating advice from Brett Cooper, shall we?
Welcome back to the
Let me open something real quick. Yeah, girl Ben, yeah. All right, dating advice. I've given it before, and you can actually go watch the video right here called Size Isn't Anything. Well, that's the thumbnail. How to Get a Girlfriend in 2024. From somebody who got a girlfriend via Tinder. So if you want advice from somebody who has no right giving it, aka me, you can go watch that video. I still think it's pretty decent advice, but it focuses primarily on getting your own affairs in order before you go and try to date other people. You've got to get your own life in order and take care of yourself and love yourself first. That's basically my advice. If you would like more on that, you are more than welcome to go watch that video. Brett Cooper has her own thoughts, or at least the thoughts of somebody else that she agrees with. So let's take a look at what Ben Shapiro's long-lost twin sister has to say on the subject.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. Recently, I have noticed yet another TikTok trend that we can talk about today. And even better, it is centered around dating and relationships, my favorite, because TikTok gives us incredible, often terrible TikTok and relationship information. But I honestly...
What if I want a boyfriend? Sorry. Girls only.
Don't know how I feel about this, because in some ways I agree with the principle of the trend.
In all reality, it's the same advice whether you want a boyfriend or girlfriend, and then be friend doesn't matter.
And yet in other ways, I find myself disagreeing heavily. There's a lot of nuance here, as there usually is with relationship things. But today we are talking about whether you are the golden retriever or the black cat in your relationship. I know that that is confusing and it makes no sense, but that's TikTok for you. We're going to break it all down. Before we do, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel
golden
if you're
retriever,
not
the black
already,
cat.
and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section episode. To start this breakdown, I think we
I'm already liking this astrology thing we got going on. I want to know what animal I would come in as.
just need to jump in head first. We're going to watch one of the
Sigma.
leading forces behind this trend on TikTok, a creator by the name of Anna Christina. And every other video that's been created about this is really just an offshoot of what she said in these first videos. Okay.
Women are never happy in their relationships and marriages if they end up chasing their men.
This actually makes so much sense. I've always been the golden retriever.
That's why you want to become the black cat and he's the loyal golden retriever chasing you.
Oh,
black cat,
that's what it means?
Golden retriever. Black cat, golden retriever. Black cat, her golden
And not just because she was black.
retriever.
You know what I would love? I would love to see a combination of Jack Mack's green line theory and the box theory and the claw theory mixed with the golden retriever
What?
black cat theory. If you don't know what I'm talking about, good for you. You are not chronically online. But if you do know...
Why do people always compare people to animals when talking dating advice? It feels really dehumanizing. I mean, I think it's because, like, sexuality and romanticism is such a baser instinct that we have that, like, we refer to animals to describe it. I think that... I don't know if it's dehumanizing. I mean, I can see how it can be taken to a dehumanizing place. Yeah, Evo Psych. But I do think there's some credence to the idea that, like, we can't, it's beyond our control, it's caveman brain, etc. It's a matter of, like, controlling that caveman brain, you know what I mean? That's what makes us human. But we still have the caveman brain.
You see how this could start to work together. Basically, all of
But yeah, she was citing a bunch of pseudoscientific drivel.
this is just social media terms for why relationships work and who is dominant in the relationship. Like, who holds the power, who is chasing who. There's different ways to describe it. Black cat and golden retriever is just another one. And even though these labels don't really make sense at face value, it does sort of make sense instinctually. Like, when you look at the pictures of those couples, I don't even know. It's so weird. And I think that
All I saw was happy couples. We're at 144. Let's take a look. So we'll look one more time.
Black cat, golden retriever. Black
So the golden retriever is the one chasing.
cat, her golden retriever.
You know what I would love?
There was other ones.
Golden retriever. Black cat, golden retriever.
I don't understand. She's just pointing at the man and calling him the golden retriever. Seems a little misinterest.
Think that is why it blew up, because people, including myself, were obviously instinctually interested in it and sort of got it, but then we're also trying to figure out the specificity of this and the similarities between the black cats and the golden retrievers that she was pointing out in these celebrity couples and what exactly it all means, because she doesn't really explain it. But people were suggesting what they think it means in the comments. One person said black cat energy equals dark femininity. That feels witchy, and I don't really like that description. Somebody else said Tom Holland and Zendaya. That's a good point. It's like a very happy, upbeat guy who's like utterly in love with this supermodel girl. Maybe that's a way to describe it. Another person said this is girl math. And girl math is...
Okay, so why are we doing this, though? What I'm not understanding is why are we doing the golden retriever versus black cat thing? You know? Like, is this going to be dating advice or what? Because I still don't quite know yet. And yes, I also love witchy vibes. Get yourself a nice witchy crystal girl.
How do you even describe girl math? Is girl math. In love with this supermodel girl. Maybe that's a way to describe it. Another person said this is girl math. And girl math is... How do you even describe girl math? Girl math, as my producer just said, is the female excuses for why we do things. It's not actually mathematical, but it's the way that we rationalize our behavior and our relationships. So this person is saying that they think this woman is just rationalizing these relationships, whatever. So anyway, like I said, it blew up. People started to dissect it. They made other offshoot videos, and she made tons of videos giving other examples. Bustle also took a stab at analyzing this trend, and they took more of an opposites attract perspective, which I would say is much easier to understand right away, but I don't think it's as substantial, and I don't think it's really what she meant. Bustle wrote, are you more...
Daily Wire does need better editors. You deleted my comments on an old video? Which video?
Or of a black cat or a golden retriever, TikTok might have the answer. And in the article, they describe this theory like this. If you have a likable, friendly personality, you might end up with somebody a lot more chill and reserved than you are. Or if you like to keep to yourself, don't be surprised if you find a much more social, outgoing counterpart. It is the typical opposites attract mantra. But TikTok calls this the black cat and golden retriever theory, where one partner has the enigmatic vibes of a cat and the other has the off-the-wall energy of the beloved dog breed. And that is all good and well. That's fine. That is a fine...
Debate with Exulanzic? I don't think I deleted any... Well, if I did delete comments, usually what I'll do is if I don't like you, I just like completely block you from the channel. So if I did delete your comments, I apologize. If they were inappropriate, then it was probably something like, I don't want to completely block this person, but I do want to make sure that this comment's removed. I do that even for people I like sometimes, because I'm held accountable sometimes for the comments that are in my replies. But yeah, I mean, if you have a contention with my debate with Exulanzic, you're more than welcome to... I don't know. Maybe we can set something up. If you DM me on Discord or something, we can set something up.
Analysis. It's all subjective, really. It's social media. It's TikTok. It doesn't need to be that serious. And I know that that is true for a lot of people. Maybe it fits into this theory, but in my opinion, I don't think that's exactly what she meant.
This is
and
really
I think
boring
we could
so
take
far.
this a little further. This is the English major in me. I'm like, let's dive even deeper. Let's extract all meaning from
Let's
one
actually
line
get to
of
some
a book.
substance.
That's all I did in college.
Reading is fundamental.
Like, I don't think there's any substance in just calling somebody a golden retriever or a black cat. Like, okay, what's the implication here? Like, what's the problem? You know, like, what are we doing, essentially? What is she talking about? She's talking about dating.
One commenter said, piece of advice I always remember. He needs to love you more than you love him. Just a bit. Only way it'll work.
Yeah,
Somebody
Discord in the
else said,
description.
yes, an old woman told me that a relationship works better.
Hold on, what did that one
Just
say?
a bit.
He needs to love you more than you love him. I don't like that. You should love each other to the best extent that you both are capable of loving each other. And it shouldn't be a contest.
Only way it'll work. Somebody else said, yes, an old woman told me that a
Relationship works better when the man likes the woman a bit more. See, I don't like that. Don't like it.
relationship works better when the man likes the woman a little bit more. Okay, this is interesting. So now we're kind of getting somewhere. And this ties back to another viral TikTok from just a little while ago.
Women will always put in effort in the relationship to make it work, whereas man has to feel fully invested in the relationship.
And I know that some people might take offense to this, but I do think it makes sense. We're going to talk about that in
I think that's misinterest, because I don't agree with that. I think that a lot of times men put in way more effort than women. Not more commonly, You know, I think that it's usually women put in more effort, but you know, there are certainly circumstances where like the man's the one putting in the effort. You know, he's the one going out of it. And actually, you know what? I take it back. I think that men often put in more effort than the woman. You know why? Because they actually have to initiate. The men are always the ones who have to initiate. They have to pay for the dates. They have to, you know, they don't have to do anything like dress up nice or anything like that. Like personal care wise, I think that burden falls on women. But men, usually the financial burden falls on them. The initiating falls on them, the leading, the protecting, you know, all that stuff. Like, yeah, no, men work plenty hard in relationships, like a traditional quote unquote relationship. I just think this is misinterest.
In a bit, but I think it goes back to
And
men's
yeah, it's teenager
pursuit of
magazine
women. But
material.
obviously, people had a mixed response. One person said, in the early months of dating my now husband, my sisters always pointed out to me that this man is obsessed with you. Happily married, going on 5 years.
Okay.
Somebody said, so I need to expect my girl to love me less. Nah, reciprocation is way more
True.
important. If I'm not getting the same energy back, I don't want it. And I think that's
True.
where it gets a little dodgy because
What a
obviously
king.
you don't want to be 100% pursuing somebody that has no interest in you. That doesn't feel good. I think it's more about the men taking initiative and putting themselves out there for the woman so that they feel safe and protected. I think that that's more what it is, not that she doesn't like you and you're chasing her. That would be a stalker. Let's not do that. Somebody else said I gave my ex everything and I'm single now.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm losing focus. One more time.
Safe and protected. I think that that's and I think that's where it gets a little dodgy because obviously you don't want to be 100% pursuing somebody that has no interest in you. That doesn't feel good. I think it's more about the men taking initiative and putting themselves out there for the woman so that they feel safe and protected. I think that that's more what it is, not that she doesn't like you and you're chasing her. That would be a stalker. Let's not do that. Somebody else said I gave my ex everything and I'm single now. Again, it's not black or white. Somebody else said a million times true. I walked
That
away from
sucks.
the person I wanted
Big
to spend
L.
the rest of my life with.
Many times true. I walked away from the person I want to spend the rest of my life due to this. Women want to feel loved. Yeah, I don't know. Like, sorry, I got it mixed up in my head. Is it that they're saying that he should be the one loving her more, or that she should be the one loving him more? I forget now. I already forget because it's so stupid. I just don't care. We're at 4:56. Didn't they say that the women needs to like love more, a little bit more than the man? I don't know.
With due to this, women want to feel
I'm a little
loved.
lost.
And I am proud of you for doing that because that means that you have self-respect and you were not going to waste any more of your time or energy on somebody that did not reciprocate it. But last comment, absolutely the reason I ended my 5-year relationship. I put in all my effort, got none in return. Like the man that you were with.
Okay, well, that's acceptable. That's fine. No, the man should absolutely put in effort.
Should be obsessed with you. That is something that should be revered, that is cool amongst his friends.
I think it varies from relationship to relationship. I think that, generally, yes. Like, that is how you should be in a relationship, typically. But, you know, there are certainly relationships where it's more casual. It doesn't matter. As long as both parties agree. I think that traditionally, yes, you should both be obsessed with each other. Traditionally, that is usually how it works out best. But, you know, everybody's different. As long as you, like if you and your partner both don't want to put in that much effort and you only want to see each other like once a month and you call that your relationship, okay, who cares? Like, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think you should move in with each other or anything like that. But if you want to call that your relationship and just have that, that's totally fine. You know, it is what it is.
Friends that he is, 100%, 115% in. But I think what people are trying to get after and what this woman is sort of describing in the black cat golden retriever theory is the idea that a man should pursue a woman and that women want to feel pursued. It is natural. I mean, again, tying it back to the original video, it is.
I think women should pursue men. There's nothing more ballsy that a woman can do than like in the dating field than like be the one to approach the man and be like, hey, you know what? I think you're handsome as shit. I heard you peeing in there. I heard you frying chicken in there. Boy, you frying chicken in there. I think that's pretty hot. You want my number? Like I think that'd be sexy as shit. Do you know how many men would love that, by the way? Like, I feel like, men feel like they have to be the ones to approach and women feel like they have to be the ones who get approached by, and I just wish that structure were broken down a little bit. Because it's not fair, It's not fair. It's not fair to either party. Really? That's just me.
As natural as one of my dogs chasing the cat down the road. Speaking of my dogs, we gotta talk about Rough Greens. Rough Greens knows that your dog's food is dead food. Your pet's health is just as important as your health, which is why
Gotta
you need
shield
to
the
try
dog
Rough
food,
Greens.
baby.
Rough Greens is a supplement that contains all the necessary vitamins, minerals.
Hey, her content's dog food. She's shilling dog food. Makes perfect sense when you think about it. Am I right? Boys?
Probiotics, omega oils, digestive enzymes, and antioxidants that your dog needs every single day. Things that they are probably not getting from their conventional kibble. And the best part about Rough Greens is you don't have to go out and find some new dog food. You can just sprinkle Rough Greens on their food every single day. It is an easy, accessible, affordable way to upgrade your dog's health. Rough Greens supports healthy joints, improves bad breath, boosts energy levels, and so much more for your dogs. We are what we eat, and that obviously goes for dogs too. So in the morning when you're taking your supplements, you're taking your greens powder because you know you're gonna eat a cheeseburger later on in the day. Think about your dogs. They're gonna be eating their kibble. They need their supplements too. The team at Rough Greens is so confident that their product will improve your dog's health that they are offering my viewers a free Jumpstart trial bag so that your dogs can try it too. And that classic free Jumpstart trial bag will be at your door in just a few business days. So go to roughgreens.com/Brett or you can call 877-66-MY-DOG. Again, that is roughgreens.com/Brett or again, 877-66-MY-DOG today. And speaking of chasing, that's where all of this comes into play. That's where playing hard to get comes from and saying that the chase is good for a man. Granted, I think that those games are irresponsible and immature, but they do come from a place of truth. They come from somewhere. Like in terms of male and female mate selection, if we go back to our biological roots, if we go back into anthropology, biological anthropology, all the classes that you probably took in college, women have more mate selectivity because the stakes are higher for us. And this sounds so harsh and technical, and I'm sorry, but women are choosing...
I don't want to completely discredit what she's saying here. The stakes are higher for, females, I should say, people with uteruses in general, when you talk about breeding purposes. Like, there's a really funny species of worm, I think they are. They're like ocean worms, and they have what's called penis jousts. And that's literally the scientific, technical term, penis jousting. Okay? I shit you not. It is called penis jousting because these worms are hermaphroditic. And so what they'll do is they'll fight. Their sexual intercourse is they fight over who gets impregnated. And the one who wins the joust, quote unquote, impregnates the one who loses, quote unquote. So it's very interesting. Yeah, they're slugs. Yeah, sword fighting with dicks. But the point of me bringing that up is there is some truth to that. Cis women and trans men / uterus havers have to carry a fetus for 9 months, and during that time they can't reproduce at all. Whereas males can, people with male genitalia can just go on and reproduce all over the place. So don't reproduce all over the place. It's very messy in multiple ways. But there is some biological credence to that, but I think I feel higher about humanity that I feel like we've grown past that, Like people generally only have 1 or 2 kids anyway. I don't know. I just didn't want to discredit the scientific backing of that.
Who they will be impregnated by and whose child they will carry. This is 9 months of their life. This is a huge toll on their bodies. We get one little...
And I don't think that should have any kind of effect of how we do current modern day dating. We're not cavemen. We're not sea slugs. We are modern day 2024 people. You know what I mean?
Egg a month. Men do not have those stakes. They are designed to sow the seeds. They can do that constantly, every day of their life, multiple times a day, for years and years on end. So they're competing for a shot with these women who are designed to be selective and careful. We see this in the modern landscape because to this day, women still control access to sex. And that is why men chase. And that is why you should want a man to be chasing you, because that means that he finds you desirable, literally in a primal, biological way. Now, to take this
like I said, there's some truth to that. You just get a little bit yikesy once you start saying, no, this is the way it should be. This is the way it ought to be. The way it ought to be is if you find somebody attractive, you go up to them and say, hey, I like this about you, or I like that about you, or do you want to get a coffee sometime? There's nothing wrong with telling a girl she's cute. Just make sure that you're being appropriate about it, Oh, No Justice just raided. Thank you so much, No Justice. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. We're just doing a Brett Cooper video.
Out of this weird technical anthropological lens, here's a TikTok for you. It's more cultural.
In the early stages, a man should pursue heavily. He should prioritize you. If he's not doing it, then trust me, he's not going to do it later.
That's an important.
Okay, I feel like there's conflicting statements on this though, because there are also men who are big, manosphere types who will tell you that like they'll tell men that like they shouldn't be pursuing super hard. And I'm a proponent of that, by the way. If a woman is like not giving you proper signals that she is interested in you, don't pursue. Okay, that's called being creepy. Don't do it. Pursue appropriately. You can pursue, but do it appropriately and pick up on the signs that she doesn't want you pursuing anymore. Because she probably won't tell you outright because of like safety issues. You know, there are a lot of men out there who will like become violent if they get rejected outright in public. Which if you're afraid of being rejected outright in public, then don't approach women in public. Sorry, it's just going to happen. But, you know, take the sign, take the hint. And if she says like, I have a boyfriend or I'm married or I'm not attracted to guys or something like that, stop pursuing. That's your sign to stop. Okay? That's your sign to go away. You understand? Maybe she's more direct about it. You're not my type. Okay? That's fine. You say goodbye, you go away. Or if you'd like to strike up a conversation and just be friends, that's fine too. But again, if you're going to continue pursuing them once you're friends, then don't become friends with them because they've already made it clear that they're not interested in pursuing a romantic/sexual relationship with you.
Fact. If he's not putting the effort in at the beginning, why would you expect that he would do that later on? If he's not committing to you early
that's
on,
quite the
why do you
rate.
think
Thank
that in
you.
5 years you're going to be able to convince him to change your mind? What he was saying at the beginning, I think, is very true, which I know gets very complicated in our modern dating landscape. Chris Williamson, who I adore, he talks about this all the time because women say that they want to be pursued by men, but then there's so many Gen Z women that say, you know, just a man coming up to them and asking them out, they could see as a form of harassment. Like, I won't lie that it is a terrible...
Well, it's kind of both, right? Because you may want to be pursued by men, but then you can also be scared that like a man pursuing you might hurt you. It can be both, you know, and it's sad that we have that conflict. But I guess ultimately, if you're a man pursuing a woman, again, just don't be creepy and take the hint. There are nuanced options that aren't on the scale of negging to constant badgering, and that's important to remember. Yeah, exactly.
Terrible landscape. Somebody said, I was told that feminine men seek attention and that masculine men seek to give you attention. I 100% agree with that.
Hold up. I consider myself very masculine, and I love getting attention, okay? Why do you think I'm a streamer? I love attention, all right? I'm just saying.
Somebody else said it makes so much sense. Rest in my femininity and let him do the work. And that's just...
If you're a content creator, you can't even say that you don't like attention, okay? I'm sorry. You're a content creator. You did that to yourself.
Another way to say that with a good, strong man who is masculine, who cares about a woman, in that situation, the woman is able to relax. She is able to let down her wall.
To be fair, that person was not a content creator.
She's able to be more feminine, doesn't have to feel as hyper independent and angry and stressed and protective because she has a shield around her. That's kind of what this commenter is saying, I believe. Going back to the black cat analogy, this does not mean that the woman needs to be cold or disinterested. She's just letting the man pursue her, letting him take the lead as he drives the relationship, at least in my opinion. That's what I'm getting from it. The girl Anna from the original video, after this all started blowing up, she finally made a follow-up to explain what really makes...
What's so dumb? Sorry, I might have missed it. I'm gonna go back a little bit.
Who cares about a woman. Somebody else said it makes so much sense. Rest in my femininity and let him do the work. And that's just another way to say that with a good, strong man who is masculine, who cares about a woman, in that situation, the woman is able to relax. She is able to let down her wall. She is able to be more feminine, doesn't have to feel as hyper independent and angry and stressed and protective because she has a shield around her. That's kind of what this commenter is saying, I believe. Going back to the black cat analogy, this does not mean that the woman needs to be cold or disinterested. She is just letting the man pursue her, letting him take the lead as he drives the relationship, at least.
I don't think that if you're interested in a man who's pursuing you, that you should ignore them in any capacity or like play games with them. Men don't want you to play games. Okay? They don't like the games. I can guarantee you most men do not like those fucking games. They don't like the game where you gotta like wait 2 days before you text, right? Or like, you know, I'm pushing away so that you'll pursue harder, right? Don't play those games. If you are a woman and you play those games, don't do it, okay? You're gonna get yourself, you could get yourself hurt. You know, I'm not gonna say it's going to happen, but you could. And then like, more realistically, you're just going to make it harder for men to understand what you want. You know, don't play those games. Just make it clear what you want from the beginning. You know, you don't got to be blunt about it. You don't got to say, I want to fuck you in the bathroom or something like that. Even if that is what you want. But just say like, yeah, you know, you're cute. Why not? Let's go have a coffee. You know, he texts you, you text right back, you know, or if you're usually lazy about texting, just be lazy about it. But don't change what you're doing on account of, you know, whatever. Well, what?
in my opinion. That's what I'm getting from it. The girl Anna from the original video, after this all started blowing up, she finally made a follow-up to explain what really makes a black cat woman. And some of these things I agree with, but some of it I'm like, oh, this is
genuine
kind of superficial.
enthusiasm,
So we're gonna go
exactly.
through it, and we're gonna see what she really thinks about all of this.
Number one, talk less and do less.
Hold on. What did it say? Dear, I'm not available. I have my own life, but I don't know how to be a bitch. Please make a video. 4 steps to become the black cat. Number 1, talk less and do less.
Yes.
My producer and I were laughing about this because both of us are in committed long-term relationships. I'm about to get married. She's married. Neither of us shut up. We literally talk constantly, but also I think that that's something that they like about us and they admire it. So they are still being the golden retriever because they're like, oh, this is so great. I can't wait to hear what she says. So again, I don't think that this has to be.
I just think, again, this just sounds like a game to me for them. You know, don't play games. Don't play games with me. Be straightforward with what you want, or else I'm just going to say that, like, it reeks of dishonesty to me. Honestly, I'm just saying.
Black and white. I'm going to stop and start this a lot, guys.
You look like a clown. Stop doing so much.
I do agree with that. I do think that women should take a step back. I think that if a man is not showing interest, if he is not returning calls, texts, if he has not set up another date, let it go. Because here's the thing. If he wanted to, he
Okay,
would.
agreed.
That is a, like, pop culture statement. But
Yeah, we know
agree
she never
with it.
shuts up.
If he
Yeah,
wanted
good point.
to, if he wanted to pursue,
Good
he
point,
would
Kermit.
let it go, move on, put your energy elsewhere.
Give your man some space so he can actually come your way.
That is very, very difficult for me, and that is something that I've had to learn because I am so hyper independent. Because often it'll be like, you know,
Again, like, if he wants space, give it to him, but he should communicate that, you know? Like, at first the default is, yes, give each other space, because you don't know each other that well, you're still getting used to each other. So at first, that's the default. But, like, as the relationship progresses, and you both indicate that, you know, that you don't actually want the space, then get rid of it, you know? Like, if that happens over the course of a day, if it happens over the course of a month or a year, like, that's fine. I feel like we're trying too hard here. We're trying too hard. Both in this video and as a society. We're just trying too hard in this dating game. You know what I mean?
you know, if something is not done in 30 seconds, I'll just do it. I'm just going to handle it. I know how to do it best, whatever. No, it's like he's completely capable. That is why I love him. That is why I'm marrying him. I should let him take that responsibility because he'll feel great about it because I respect him. That is, I do agree with that. That is incredibly difficult for me to do.
If one person pulls away, the other person is forced to come their way. So every now and then, don't
True.
be available. You want to become the mysterious black cat.
They're not forced. No, they're not forced. That's not true at all. You can just walk away.
You have to leave room for mystery. So don't always pick up the phone.
Yeah,
Don't
how to be
say
an alpha
yes
for girls,
to
yeah.
every single freaking dinner date or any single opportunity he's throwing at you.
I think that's very fair.
I don't. No, if you want to go to dinner with him, then say yes. What do you think he's going to do? Say like, oh, you made yourself too available for me? No, if you say yes to every single one of his dinner date requests, he's going to be ecstatic. You know? This is awful advice. Terrible. Okay? You're just going to make the problem worse.
Fair. Set your boundaries early. If the person likes you,
Okay,
they'll
boundaries,
work around
yes.
them. That's totally, I get it. Preach. That is one of the reasons why, just in general, you shouldn't be sleeping with somebody right from
But that's not what she said. She said, don't say yes to every one of their requests. Let me see exactly what she said real quick.
Way. So every now and then, don't
True.
be available. If you want to become the mysterious black cat, you have to leave room for mystery. So don't always pick up the phone. Don't say yes to every single freaking dinner.
No, I would never date a woman like that. It's just not straightforward and it's not honest. Sorry.
did. That they have a vested interest in you, that they respect you, all of that. So I do agree with that point.
Learn to say no and prove to
Yeah,
him
alpha
that your
woman
life
dating advice.
is just as happy, satisfied, and fulfilling with or without him in it.
That's such an interesting thing. And that's the last point that I'm going to make about this video, because there
I think there is something to be said for making your life interesting, whether or not somebody, like a romantic partner, is in it. That part is very important. You know, I think like if you say yes to every single one of a man's date requests, he's not going to think that's weird. He's just going to think that you're really that into him. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily mean that you have other shit going on. It just means that coincidentally you happen to be available. Now, if he asks you like, hey, it seems like you're available quite a bit, you know, and then you have a legitimate problem where you have nothing else going on in your life, and then you're honest about that, that can be a turnoff, sure. But if you say like, yeah, I just happen to have some space available, some room, you know, and I even if I have other things going on in my life, I'd rather be around you, that's flattering. That's incredibly flattering. You know, like, there are times when Katie gave up on certain things to be with me. You know, be yourself. If you put on a front, you'll have to keep it forever. Exactly. You know, if you don't want to be the mysterious black cat, which if you're not one already, you probably don't want to be one, then don't be one.
There are things that I agree with. There are things that I don't agree with. I think the basic premise of it, I agree with.
She completely misinterpreted what she was
mysterious,
saying there.
dark feminine. I like what she's saying right here, where it's let him know that your life is just as fulfilling without him in it. That's one thing that my fiance has mentioned to me before. And he said, you know, you have a fantastic life. You are completely capable. You are very independent. You have great friends. And he was like, I never want you to feel like your life is fine without me in it. Basically on a constant journey of improvement so that I know that he is always there, that he is the, you know, the best protector, the best leader, so that I don't ever feel like I don't need him. And I think that that is so admirable. And I like that she mentioned there. And that was never something that I really thought about until he mentioned that point blank. And
I think making it clear that you don't need your romantic partner from the get-go is important. I do think that that is important because that means that you have self-respect and you have a life outside of that person. And you should always have a life outside of your partner, okay? Even when you're together, okay? You do not want to be codependent. That's called codependency if you don't have a life outside of your partner, okay? It's oversimplifying codependency a little bit, but that's a core aspect of it. You've got to have things going on outside of your partner, like I do with the stream, you know? Like Katie does with a bunch of D&D sessions that she does, you know? So that's important. It's really important.
Loved it. A lot of this does not apply to being in a long-term relationship or a marriage because once you've already gotten the person and you're committed, then it should be more about a balance and, you know, a give and take, which is great. Sometimes you need to step up more. Sometimes the man needs to step up more. I think this is more about the initial stages of dating, the initial pursuit of the woman. I think we should keep it in that category. But again, the comments were conflicted. One person said, I did less and he left me. Well, maybe it wasn't the right relationship.
Wow.
Maybe you did too little. It's a balance. Again, it's not all black and white. That's why whenever we do these relationship episodes, I'm like,
no, it's because you weren't being yourself. Or you were being yourself and it wasn't a compatible match. But if you weren't being yourself because you were trying to play this little mind game with him, then yeah, sorry, like, bye. I don't do mind games. I don't do it. I told Katie from the very beginning, like, communication is extraordinarily important to me. We must communicate with each other all the time, okay? Our feelings, where we're at, what we're doing, how we're doing. You know, it doesn't have to be like constant, but it should be very often. You know, I don't do it like obsessively, but I do like to know where she's at and what she's doing, just so, you know, I know she's safe. You know, I don't know. It's a balance.
like, guys, some people's relationships are different, but based on principle, I do agree with a lot of this. Somebody else said, can you be a black cat and occasionally act like a golden retriever? And I think this is where it gets too deep. It's not really that complicated. We don't need to hone in on all the TikTok labels and let that drive our life. Just make sure that the guy is super into you and that he respects you and is pursuing you and that you respect him and revere him as a man and as a leader. I think that is the key. And I assume that that is what the original creator was trying to get across in her own colorful way. I think that she's using a fun analogy to describe the importance of men's pursuit of women and women's protection over her time and body. It's all anthropological to me, and I think that's the best way you can look at it.
I think looking at it anthropologically is actually a pretty negative thing to do. You're basically just reducing humans down to animals at that point. Like, you can explain norms that way and like tendencies, but you shouldn't explain how things ought to be that way. You know, like, I'm very interested in like the biological workings of how, you know, the dating marketplace works and all that. But ultimately, we should be trying to overcome our baser instincts, you know, and like be better people overall and also just better at dating. It should be more than just a biological process and like a procreation process. It should be like, like she was saying, it should be a balance, you know? That honestly wasn't one of the worst Brett Cooper videos that I've seen, to be honest with you guys. I was expecting a lot worse, so sorry if that wasn't that interesting, but there you go. Prince Harry was one of the most desired men in the country when I was younger. I don't think Meghan played these games with him. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's human behavior linked to biology, but we have agency. Exactly. Steps to dating any gender. Love yourself / be your best self. Show interest. Luck. Might take a few tries, but you'll get there. Yeah, luck is also a very necessary component, unfortunately. It just is what it is. Okay, there's another one down. Another one bites the dust.
Knowledge and Defense says,
what do you guys think of doing a lefty video next? Or a supposed lefty video? About voting. I think that'll be good. Give me just a second here. Okay. Demands a lefty video. Let's go. I love voting. I like your dating chats. They're good. Thank you. I feel like even though I met Katie on Tinder, like I've got a pretty good grasp of like, you know, just treat people that you're interested in like people first and foremost. And then if they think that you're a good looking person and they're not in, you know, they're not in a relationship already, or if they are in one and they're open about it, then they'll reciprocate, you know? I've actually thought about doing a video, I don't know, with permission, of course, from the involved people, like doing a video where I like test my dating efforts on people. Alec dead? Did the stream die? I'm not getting a lot of F's in chat. I think we're good. Just a hiccup? Okay, gotcha. Bugged for a second, got it. All right, let's keep going. All right, voting is something that I like very much. I've talked about it a lot. I think that, I'll reiterate once again, I'm not going after lefties who don't want to vote. You know, like if you're personally just don't feel comfortable voting for Biden, whatever. Like, I'm not going to convince you at this point, if you're a lefty, that is. If you're like a centrist or a moderate or whatever, and I can convince you to vote rather than not vote or not vote third party, then perhaps this video is for you. My main problem was with people who tried to convince other people not to vote. Like this person here looks like they're trying to do Anarch. Now, I've never heard of Anarch, and I'm going to be as kind as I can toward Anarch because, you know, I understand that Joe Biden is not the best president in many regards, but we do live in America. I do like democracy, and I think that it's very important to vote, you know, because the leaders that you vote for, the leaders that get into office are the ones who kind of dictate the playing field. You know what I mean? Like, they're the ones that set the rules, quite literally, for what kind of environment we're playing in. And Joe Biden, as opposed to Donald Trump, has made it a more, as to the best of his ability, I guess, a more welcoming environment, especially for like gay and trans people, you know? At least rhetorically. He's made it a more welcoming environment for labor activism, and that's demonstrable. You know, he was one of the first president to ever go to a labor protest, I believe, or a labor event, okay? So, all that being said, you should vote. And, you know, if I can convince you to vote somehow, hopefully I'll do it over the course of this video, while I deconstruct this person's video on why we shouldn't vote, actually, or why it doesn't matter. I'm not going to put words in his mouth. He says it doesn't matter if you vote, which I disagree. I think it does matter. So let's take a look.
Knowledge and Defense says, in regards to your video about voting, not to defend Biden, but isn't letting Trump win kind of accelerationist? Should we celebrate small SOCDEM victories or hate them for pacifying the workers? I wouldn't even consider Biden to be a SOCDEM victory. Here's the thing.
Biden over Trump is a SOCDEM victory.
Realized after that video, I feel like I should give my personal experience. So I became politically conscious during...
Okay, I feel like we should open that video or something, but whatever. He'll probably go over a lot of it in this video.
During the era of George W. Bush. George W. Bush was awful. He, created the war on terror.
Yeah, you can either have like lesser Hitler or mega Hitler. I'll take lesser Hitler,
Stabilized the Middle East in a way that we're still feeling the repercussions for to this day. And, I really saw him as a demonic entity because I was kind of liberal at that point. I was young. And, in my mind, the most important thing I could imagine was getting Obama.
I feel like that's really important to point out is that, like, if voting didn't matter, conservatives would not be fighting head over heels to try to stop you from doing it.
Elected. I thought to myself, the worst Obama could do would still be better than George W. Bush. I was even more than that excited about the presidency of Barack Obama. I actually really thought he was going to be a sock dim. I really thought he was going to be FDR 2.0.
I like
then
that being
Obama actually became president. And Obama did not pull us out of the Middle East. Obama escalated the warrantless wiretapping program. In fact, he put in place something called PRISM. PRISM was a more beefed up version of the warrantless wiretapping that George W. Bush had been doing.
Okay, that's one thing. Okay, guess what he didn't do? He didn't fearmonger about Muslims, which George Bush absolutely did. Okay, post 9/11. Like, people forget, but like, I grew up learning that like Islam was really bad, and that anybody wearing a hijab or a head covering that would indicate that they're from an Islamic country is bad, and is likely a terrorist. Or like saying Allahu Akbar is like indicative of being a terrorist. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that. But yeah, I don't know. Like it doesn't like we just don't remember. You know what I mean? We don't remember.
He did not fight back against the Patriot Act. He signed in Patriot Act 2.0.
I can't imagine why I wouldn't be allowed to say that.
In fact, he signed in a variety of draconian measures that ended up being worse in many ways than anything George W. Bush did. He did not put in place any social democratic measures. He put in place...
Wasn't he responsible for the legalization of gay marriage? Let's take a look. Even just like, I stand by this, by the way, even if you are just nominally in favor of trans and gay rights, like I still think that's better than having Trump. We are a big and vast and diverse, a nation of people with different backgrounds and beliefs, different experiences and stories, but bound by a shared ideal that no matter who you are, what you look like, how you start off, or how and who you love, America is a place where you can write your own destiny. Preventing bullying and hate crimes against LGBT Americans. Overcoming years of partisan gridlock, the president worked with Congress to pass and sign along to the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act into law in October 2009, which extends coverage of federal hate crimes law to include attacks based on the victim's actual or perceived sexual orientation or gender identity. That's pretty important, I feel like. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services collaborated with 5 other federal departments to establish a federal task force on bullying. The site includes resources and assistance for LGBT youth, including examples of community groups that offer support and options to seek counseling. I feel like that's pretty important. Supporting LGBT health, repealing Don't Ask, Don't Tell, ending the legal defense of the Defense of Marriage Act. Like, yeah, protecting LGBT Americans against discrimination, taking steps to ensure LGBT equality and housing and crime prevention. I feel like, okay, I'm starting to get the impression that anybody who's like talking against voting is just not taking into account the LGBT community, like queer people, gay and trans people. Like, you're really just not considering them. You know what I mean? Like, it sucks to say that, and I don't think that's true of anybody who's not voting. I get that Biden is not great when it comes to Israel, to say the least, but let's really consider this. Like, yeah, Obama wasn't the shit, okay? He was not the shit. He wasn't. But he did do a hell of a lot for gay and trans people. Let's remember that.
For our healthcare replacement, a plan literally created by the Heritage Foundation. And I know you're hearing that and you're saying, okay, well, that stuff all really sucks. But what I want to emphasize to you is that things are
like, do you really think that John McCain or Mitt Romney would have done anything better? Like, if Mitt Romney had taken the presidency or John McCain had taken the presidency, they could have gay marriage would still not be legal. Imagine that. You know, they're trying to repeal it as we speak in the Supreme Court almost. You know, like I think they've at least talked about it. So let's really consider this.
Going to get worse every single presidency, no matter who enters the presidency.
Tell me all the times that Obama went to a pro-labor, like a pro-union organization, you know, to support the union labor activists, whatever. Oh, he didn't do that, did he? But apparently, like, I think that Joe Biden is literally more progressive than Obama ever was. You know, he also pulled out of Afghanistan. Let's not forget that. It's probably the best thing he ever did as a president, even if it was done sloppily. So don't forget that. You really think that Donald Trump would have done that? I think the fuck not.
And it's so hard to get people to land back down on the ground, to come back down to reality. Because they keep talking about the lesser of two evils.
Yes.
But every single person who gets elected, who gets into power, escalates the level of the machine from the previous person.
I just don't agree.
You know, look, here's an example. You're like, oh man, surely Biden is better than Trump. Okay, sure. I mean, abstractly, yes.
Yeah, no. Yes. Yes. Without a doubt. Go read Project 2025. I only know a little bit of it, but from what I've read of it, it looks really bad. Okay? So yes.
But practically,
and by the way, if you deny that, you're just politically stupid. Sorry.
Joe Biden has just continued the escalation of the border crisis. Everybody was out in the
What do you think Trump would do?
Streets having a meltdown about children in cages and abolish ICE when Trump was in the presidency.
Why is bro wearing a shirt like that? I don't want to be too mean, but yeah, the drip could use some work.
But now that Biden's president, everybody likes to pretend like it's not a problem. Biden didn't do anything to fix that problem. In fact, all of that continues to escalate and now get worse.
I agree. He should do better. But really consider what Trump's going to do instead. Because those are your options, man. I'm sorry. You know, it's an unfair, shitty world we live in, and those are your options. So take one or the other.
Under Biden.
You know,
So you're like, oh yeah, well, Trump keeps firing up all the xenophobic rhetoric and all of that. Okay. But
yes.
Biden is all of those things. Biden is increasing
and Trump's
border
worse.
security. He's continuing to build.
No, legitimately, do you really think Trump is going to be better, worse, or the same? Better, worse, or the same? Because if you think it's anything but worse, then you're delusional. You are delusional.
The wall. There was this token maneuver where they wanted to remove some barbed wire. Nothing happened. They put in more barbed wire.
I know.
Biden has been overseeing the escalation of the destruction of Palestine. He is helping Israel genocide the Palestinians.
Which Trump would also do.
And it's like, I'm not saying
but worse
that one or another of them is
all of that plus transphobia and homophobia and Islamophobia and escalation of all of that. So take your pick, man.
Not better or worse in some abstract sense as to what they say they're going to do. But I'm saying in a practical sense.
Hold on. I'm not
that
saying
one or another of them is not better or worse in some abstract sense as to what they say they're going to.
Trump is objectively worse than Biden. Objectively. And I know I've already said it, but if you think otherwise, you're delusional.
I do. But I'm saying in a practical sense, the difference between them is so negligible as to be almost non-existent in the amount of time that you all spend wringing your hands over the difference between them when they get into power. I'm just trying to help you understand that is negligible.
No, it's not.
A negligible difference.
No, it's not. We're talking about like the dismantling of democracy under Trump. Like if you don't think that's going to happen, it will. Hopefully Biden gets into office and we never have to figure it out. Okay? But if Trump gets in, you're going to figure it out real fucking fast.
The reason why each of them is worse than the last is because it has nothing to do with them. It has nothing to do with them.
By the way, that's just speculation that each one, like each Democratic president is worse than the last. You know, they're worse in some ways, sure. But they're also better in a myriad of other ways. Like I demonstrated, you know, Biden, at least nominally, is in favor of transgender people. I wish he would do more to protect them. But mostly, transgender issues take place on a state level. He doesn't really have jurisdiction over that, for the most part. I think that, you know, with what little power he does have over that, well, I really realistically don't know how much power, so I'm not going to comment on that. But could he be doing more? Yes, that's my point. Could he be doing more? Absolutely. Is he doing bad things? Absolutely. You know, he's supporting Netanyahu's campaign against Palestine. He is, you know, increasing, I believe he said increasing barbed wire at the border. I think that's actually happening, you know. The Democratic administration has not been good in terms of the border, okay? But I'll take that over Trump because Trump's going to do all of that, but worse. So I'll take it over Trump.
Drivers of the machine have almost no power. They are largely just figureheads. The system has a driving impetus. It has a momentum.
This is conspiracy talk. In many ways, Joe Biden is a figurehead, but he also does have power. He has real power as the president. He has his finger on the nuclear warhead, man, like on the nuke button. So like, yeah, he has power. And saying otherwise is tinfoil hat shit.
Momentum that will not be stopped by a Joe Biden or anybody else you want to put into a position of power. The machine will continue forward, grinding up the lives of innocent people, regardless of which one of them ends up in power.
Hold on, where's that? Here, trolley problem voting. Here, what's this one? Biden kills 4 people a term for 2 terms. Trump kills 5 people for 1 more term. Yeah, I mean, people only pay attention to this track. Okay, but that's still Trump killing more people. Where's the one I'm looking for? There's a specific one. Like this, okay, I'll just use this because this is basically what we're working with. Obviously, neither of these choices are very good. You're still killing somebody. But if the top track represents Biden and the bottom track represents Trump, you know, I'm going to take Biden. Sorry. Like if I have to pick one. I know that the actual trolley problem is you just let the trolley keep going. I get that. But imagining that the trolley stops and you get to decide which direction it goes, you know, like, and you only have a finite set of time, let's say, etc. I'm going to take the top track, okay? Because fewer people get hurt. Sorry, that's just like the cards you've been dealt.
And it's going to get worse with every single one of
you didn't put the people on the tracks, but you do have some small amount of power over which track the train goes toward.
Them, regardless of which one of them is elected. And the sooner people understand that and accept it, really let it sink in.
Then go start your vanguard, man. I don't know what to tell you.
The faster they will begin not wasting their time with the question of that anymore.
Okay, so what should people spend their time on then?
Will there maybe be marginal differences? Yeah. I don't want Trump to get elected. If you were to
I want to remind you guys that voting takes like 2 seconds, okay? Like realistically, it takes, like you stand in line for like 15, 20 minutes. That's the worst it gets usually. Now, I know in some areas that's not true, okay? Especially conservative areas where they're trying to keep you from voting for some reason, even though it doesn't matter apparently. You know, like you can't, it's the meme where like, which button do you press? Like, oh, conservatives are making it harder to vote, therefore you shouldn't, or it doesn't matter if you vote or not. You know, like pick a button because you can't have both.
Ask me, Daniel, which would you prefer to get elected, Biden or Trump? Biden. Straight up.
Good.
Biden.
Then
Mostly just because I think Biden's rhetoric is less harmful. But
fair.
At the end of the day, y'all waste so much time and effort and thought and arguing with other people over the topic of which one of them is going to win, when
that's the president.
Ultimately things are going to get worse at roughly the same pace regardless. This was all really...
No, I disagree. No, letting Trump win is... If you're fine with letting Trump win, you're an accelerationist at best. At best, okay? At worst, you don't give a shit. Or you actually like Trump winning, you know? But at best, you're an accelerationist. Somebody who wants things to get worse very quickly so that they can get better after the fact. But the thing about that is, an accelerationist never takes into the account the... Like, starting a vanguard and, like... actually having to fight for your independence is not a pretty thing to do. Okay? And people are doing it all over the world right now. All right? And all kinds of, third world nations, whatever. Like, that's happening. And I guarantee you those people are not very happy. Okay? So this take it back strategy through violence or whatever, like whatever they're hoping is going to happen, is not going to be pretty. All right? Trump taking power is not going to be pretty. I guarantee you. So please, let's not let it happen. Just go vote for Biden. Suck it up, man. Just suck it the fuck up.
Really emphasized to me by Barack Obama. Barack Obama should by all means have been 10 times better than George W. Bush, and he had a mandate to
and in
do
many ways, he
exactly what the people want.
Do you really? Again, gay marriage would not have been legalized under Mitt Romney or the other guy.
Okay, he was elected on basically a social democratic platform. He was going to regulate the banks. He was going to pull us out of the wars in the Middle East. He was going to eliminate the Guantanamo Bay.
He was going to put in place
universal health care. I don't think a lot of you know that that's what he was elected on. And what he did...
He was going to make the country completely so much safer for trans and gay people. Oh, wait, he did that one too.
It was worse than what George W. Bush did. So... I guess the topic frustrates me because here I am now, more than a decade on in this process. And it is so hard for me to impress this fact on people because this distraction of the lesser of two evils and siding between the lesser of two evils is so profound. It just continually comes back to the fore. People continually want to talk about it, continually think it's so important. And I don't know how to emphasize to you how unimportant it really is. What is actually important? You want to know what is actually crucially important? It is for there to be a movement built from the bottom up.
Okay, show me your movement. Show me. Oh, you can't, can you? You don't have one. Okay, well then why are we wasting time here?
Is able to actually pressure either one of them. That's what makes all the difference on what any of them are going to do. If there is not a movement that has any teeth beneath these presidents...
Which, by the way, I agree with having a movement. Okay? I've worked with Progressive Victory before. Not like as an official representative of them. Well, I guess, no, technically I was an official representative. I was going out, like, handing out ballots for people to go vote. Or, like, not ballots. Registration. Voter registration for people to go vote. So, yeah, I've done organizing before. Guess what? You can do organizing and go vote. You know? Like, it's important. Both things are important. So do both. Voting's the minimum.
They're going to do exactly what the system tells them to do. Every single one of them is going to do exactly what the system tells them to do. And the system wants blood. And they're just going to satiate the system. That is it. You have to accept that. You have to accept that if you really want to see things change, stop talking about electoral politics and start doing something to build a movement that can threaten these people that are in a position of power. Because if you don't, they don't care what you think.
Then where's your
movement? They don't care what platform that you elected them on. They don't care what you think about the lesser of two evils.
Once again, the person in charge sets the playing field. Okay? The person in charge sets the playing field. They set the preconditions, okay? And I'd rather have preconditions where gay people can get married than preconditions where they can't.
It's all irrelevant. And it's so frustrating to me as a radical.
Far worse under a conservative in every way.
When I read about the time of the late 1800s and the early 1900s, what I'm saying was the dominant opinion of revolutionary leftists. Somehow, in the modern era, everybody is...
He just wants revolution, but he's not going to be the one fighting the front lines, right? Right, buddy? You're certainly not you. You look like you're doing fine. So you're not going to be on the front lines, but the other people should, though, right? Right, buddy? Right?
Duped by this distraction. They think it's so important. And I'm just endlessly frustrated by it. Endlessly frustrated. Because it didn't work back then, and they were in way better conditions, y'all. They already did parliamentarianism.
Wait, what?
And I'm just endlessly frustrated by it. Endlessly frustrated. Because it didn't work back then, and they were in way better conditions, y'all. They already did parliamentarianism.
What? When was America in better conditions than we're in right now? Like, in some ways, sure. But overall, America is better, more inclusive, more prosperous, more everything than it's ever been. Besides maybe like the brief period between like the 1980s and 2000s. But even then, it was not great for gay and trans people. Okay? Like, economically speaking, yeah, post-World War II was pretty good, but only because of social progressivism, which was implemented by our politicians, by the way, voted elected officials. Post-World War II? What? New Deal? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the New Deal was great, which we need. We could very much use another one. But overall, for most people, most of the time, things were not very good in the United States, all right? For the most part, it's better than it's ever been for most people. Sorry, I'm looking at a fly on the wall. I got to get that later.
Way better than we're doing it. We're over here talking about the lesser of two evils with Joe Biden. They had literal social democrats and revolutionary socialists in positions of government, and it still led to everything I just described. It still led to the cycle of more and more blood, of more and more brutality, with parliaments that were full of socialists.
Tina's lying. I've never lost a debate, ever.
I'm endlessly tired. It's such a tedious conversation to me because
I'm sure
until
you are, buddy.
You have banked on things getting better when one of these lesser two evils gets into power, and you've seen that it absolutely just doesn't, and you've seen it happen numerous times, you're not going to be broken of this conception. It's not.
I'm a broken record, but things did get better for a lot of people when Democrats were in power. You know when it never got better for people? When a Republican was in power. Almost never. I'm sure you could find like a few examples here and there. But for the most part, the Democratic Party, at least since the party swap, has been the progressive party. And they've been the party that has been making things better rather than actively making things way, way worse. I'm going to get Katie. Yeah, okay, go get Katie. Go get Katie. Make her say that you want to debate. Sure. Okay.
Fun. It's actually thoroughly disenchanting. It's actually thoroughly disturbing. But y'all are going to have to go through it. You're going to have to witness it firsthand before you understand.
You know what you're going to have to witness firsthand if Trump wins? Loss of democracy. So I hope you're prepared for that.
What I'm saying. I'm sure right now you're like, Daniel, this is irresponsible, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Because I've experienced this firsthand.
I have actually lost debates before.
And you're going to see it happen too.
I'm not that
And I hope you come around to what I'm saying right now, because it's crucially important that everybody understands what I'm saying and comes around to the understanding that I'm trying to express.
It was a long time ago.
Tippus Lord Ryan says, I already went through it with Biden. Yeah, I'm glad that you went through it, because this is an important process. This disenchanting process.
Like, that's it at the end of the day, right? Okay, you went through it with Biden? Oh, sorry. Trump will be better though, right? Right, buddy? Right?
Is necessary for us to do anything that can actually change society. Rayon says, do you think most politicians and capitalists fully understand the role they play in oppressing the people and fighting democracy, or is it more of a mixture of inherent biases and willful?
Have you Googled the books he has in the background? No, I have not.
Ignorance? It's all of the above. It's all.
Do you think most politicians and capitalists fully understand the role they play in oppressing the people and fighting democracy? Or is it more a mixture of inherent biases and willful ignorance? I mean, I think there are some capitalists that understand it, but for the most part, capitalists are just part of a machine. You know, I don't think necessarily that every capitalist is evil. I think that a capitalist is more inclined to be evil because generally that tends to be more profitable. But ultimately, a capitalist is going to make their profit, their dollar, one way or another. Morals don't really come into the equation. It's amoral. Now, if you're a more moral capitalist, then you might say, well, there are some steps that I wouldn't take. Like, you know, would you kill a child for $5 million, etc.? Not that that's like a real scenario. Some capitalists would do that for sure, but other capitalists would say, no, I think that's a step too far. Ultimately, it's mostly just normal people stuck in a system that, you know, that sucks all of us in and won't let go.
And willful ignorance. It's all of the above. It's all of the above. I think that some of them enter with just some inherent biases and willful ignorance, but that over time it becomes knowledge of the role they play in oppressing the people. And some of them enter with the knowledge of the role they play. Like Trump knows what his role is.
I don't know. I feel like that's giving Trump too much credit. You know what I mean? Like, Trump is pretty dumb. He's smart in some ways. He's very good at pulling in an audience, but he's pretty dumb. He mostly just caters to the conservatives.
Knowledge and defense. If you don't want to ensure the victory of the lesser evil in a scenario where one evil must win by the end of the year, then what is accelerationism? That's not accelerationism. The system is already accelerating. That's the point I'm getting across. It doesn't matter which one gets into power.
Okay, but the thing about accelerating objects is they can always accelerate faster, okay? So if you want to accelerate it faster, then by all means, don't vote.
The system is accelerating. You're talking about like you're outside the wake of a black hole, and you're talking about how, man, what we really need to do is just pull a little bit of that matter away from the black hole. And it's like, yeah, I mean, if you pulled some matter away from the black hole, then obviously, yes, the black hole.
As opposed to doing nothing. Do nothing. Yeah. Good idea. You know, like, okay, we're being sucked into a black hole. Oh, yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Okay. I guess we'll die. Right? That's what you're saying.
Hole would accumulate matter slower.
Is this infighting? Kind of.
Yeah, but you're not going to stop the black hole by pulling a little bit of matter away from it. The black hole has its own driving impetus that is way bigger than anything you can do by taking matter away from it. It's a black hole. It has an inherent driving force that is taking place with or without.
Because those are your options. Okay, you're being sucked into a black hole. I'm going to do every fucking thing that I can to keep myself from getting crushed in the, whatever it's called, the crushing point. The oopsie doopsie point. You've gone too far now. The event horizon, right? I'm not going into that fucking event horizon. Okay? Not without a fight. So, yeah, I'm going to go vote. And I'm going to do everything else, by the way. Here, let's put it this way. I got a way to fix your... I got a way to fix this, basically. Your analogy. Let me think for a second. So you and a team of 10... All right, you're a part of a team of 10, and you guys, or let's say 11 to make it uneven, and you're being sucked into a black hole, okay? Now, 5 of those people think, no, this works better if you're on a team of 10, sorry. Now, 4 of those people, editor, I'm so sorry, you're going to have to adjust this. Make it 11 people, hold on, 11 people, sorry, I'm kind of dumb. You'll have to forgive me. There's 11 people. 5 of those people believe that actually it's fine if we get sucked into the black hole. The black hole is good, in fact. This is a message from God that it is our destiny to get sucked into the black hole, okay? The other 5 people say, no, wait. Actually, we should be doing some things to prevent ourselves from going into the black hole. Like pulling away a tiny bit of matter. You know, something that's not going to affect much at all, but at least it's something, right? And then you're sitting here thinking, well, gee, we shouldn't be pulling away a tiny bit of matter. We have a light speed accelerator that we could try to use. Yes, it's broken right now, but like, let's try to start fixing it, you know? Let's try to start fixing our light speed accelerator so that we can get away from this black hole. You know, I don't think anybody's thought about that yet. So you guys take a vote, and 5 of you vote, you know, let's let ourselves be sucked into the black hole. And then 5 of you vote, well, let's not let ourselves be sucked into the black hole. Let's take minimal efforts to prevent it, you know? And in your head, you're thinking, well, that's minimal efforts. I don't want to take minimal efforts, so I'm just not going to vote. I'm just not going to vote. Right? And then the other 2 groups of people end up fighting the entire time, and then you guys all die. That's how that works. Is that what you want? Yeah? Like, I feel like that's a pretty good analogy. Like, yeah, you should be trying to fix that fucking light particle accelerator, whatever it's called. But even if the other people don't want to do that, at least they want to do something to prevent you from being sucked in. So I'm going to side with them. At least it's something. It gives you more time, right? That's really what it's all about. Giving you more time so you don't get sucked into the event horizon. I'm sure people who got their student debt canceled wish Trump had been voted in 2020. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Biden did that. I remember. Yeah, I remember that. Biden, forgave some student debt. I think that's pretty cool. Sorry for parasocially reposting my chat message, but I think you want to read. My analogy is you're in the basement of a burning house and you only have rope to climb to put out the fire. You should absolutely work on getting that rope replaced with a proper ladder or even better stairs. But your house is on fire. You have to climb up the rope and put out the fire in order to get those better systems set in place. Yes, exactly. No, that's a really good analogy. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going.
Your small, little, tiny tweak of the knobs, okay? And the same thing is true with the system. The system has a driving momentum much greater than any individual within the system can change when you elect them.
Then give up. Then give up. I have nothing more to say to you. I'm tired of people convincing others that their vote is not worth their time. It is, okay? You are one of a collective. If you truly believe in collectivism, then this whole your vote doesn't matter thing is anti-collectivism. It's anti-Marxist, okay? So, no, I refuse to accept it. Stop convincing people that voting isn't worth their time or their effort. If you're not convinced that you should vote and you think that you could be convinced, then hit me up in the DMs, you know? Like, if I can convince even just one more person to vote, then I've done my job. Sorry, I've been kind of ignoring site chat today for some reason. This definitely is from someone who hasn't done the mathematical derivation of equations about black holes. Saki Tanuki, very nice. He's legitimately wrong even from a mathematical standpoint. I've actually derived the equations. Well, there you go. Chat, if you don't want to vote, please vote for me. Oh yeah, there you go. Vote for Lady Nova. She doesn't live in the United States, so there you go. All right, I'm going to take another brief break. Give me just a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Actually, let me get some more water real quick. Sorry. Okay. Now I'm back. Hi, back. Oh, you. Oh, you. Alright. I was hoping to get through more segments today, but I got maybe one or two more in me. We'll do some short ones. I feel like we've been bum rushing through these, but that's kind of the idea. I want to get as many done as possible because I need a break from the politics. Let's do... Okay, so I remove that. We haven't looked at Stephen
Kind
Crowder
of, I'd say
yet.
more ecosexual.
What the fuck? That's almost not even, it's almost not even showable on screen. I literally just realized now that Alec has a Dio shirt. Yeah. It was me, Dio. Alright. Gift subs broken? Are they? Or just the alerts? Because I should see it in the chat even if the alerts are broken. Hold on, that's a problem. Yeah, we need the money. Gotta have the money. I just DM'd White Nervosa. Hopefully they'll fix it quickly. If not, there's nothing I can do about it. You can always super chat on YouTube. You might be able to gift subs on, like, gift memberships on YouTube. But there are plenty of ways to give me money. Plenty of ways. And I always appreciate it. Thank you very much, Saki Tanuki. As always. So, Steven Crowder's been in a bit of trouble recently, and that's not what we're going to be going over, but I did want to acknowledge it since we're going over a Steven Crowder video. Essentially, his whole thing's falling apart. You know, like, it's so bad, and he's gotten so desperate that he's even taken to, didn't he do something with Alex Jones? Maybe Alex Jones isn't in this video. But I thought that he and Alex Jones were working together on stuff, so... But anyway, suffice it to say he's in a lot of trouble. I want to see what's going on behind the scenes. Well, not behind the scenes. It's literally in front of the scenes. Behind the scenes is all the worrying stuff. I want to see what they're putting up these days. You know what I mean? I want to see what kind of content they're producing. So this one's called New Sexuality Discovered. It's the stupidest one yet. So yeah, I don't know. So let's just see what's going on with this.
Kind of, I'd say more ecosexual.
What is ecosexual?
Someone who finds nature sexy.
From ceremonies where you can marry Mother Nature, to sex with trees, and even masturbating under waterfalls. What?
No, I don't accept that.
First off, what?
But unfortunately, they're going to tie this into being gay and trans, so prepare yourselves for that.
I love they have to take it seriously. And even masturbating under waterfalls. We want to start this episode off with a very special announcement, actually. A new sexual orientation just dropped. And I think it's the most fascinating one yet.
Kind of, I'd say more ecosexual.
What is ecosexual?
Someone who finds nature sexy.
I think that finding things like... thank you so much, Balthazar, for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that very much. I hope you all enjoy your membership benefits. So I can see like finding natural, like somebody that is of nature sexy and that being your sexuality. But I think finding nature itself sexy, like, no, I don't like it. No, it seems weird. It seems weird. I don't like it. Seems like it could lead to things like bestiality. I'm not about that.
Maybe on
This
mushrooms.
is a growing movement that treats nature as a sensual partner.
Watch
And
this.
over
They treat it
100,000
100% legitimately.
people now identify as ecosexual worldwide. How a
Watch
person
this.
expresses their ecosexuality ranges
Wow.
widely. From ceremonies where you can marry Mother Nature, to sex with trees, and
Wow.
even masturbating under
I
waterfalls.
I don't want that on screen for too long. I think that if you want to like marry Mother Nature, that's fine. I think anything that involves like public sexuality with objects, like with a tree, really, like I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't like it.
First off, what? I love how they have to take it seriously. And even masturbating under waterfalls.
No, I'm not
and they've
horoscope.
taken
That's good for
something
anybody.
beautiful. You know, we've seen the movies. Who hasn't thought of a lovemaking experience with your significant other, a lady if you're a man if you're a lady, under a
Oh,
water.
of course. We got to point that out. He couldn't just leave it at significant other.
Waterfall. Like there are plenty of.
Which, by the way, Steven Crowder allegedly is bisexual. So.
And instead, they've just changed it to masturbate. It'd be like Humphrey Bogart, and was it From Here to Eternity? What was the film where they shot the Grand Hotel? They're rolling on the beach, only he tosses.
Here, I actually want to look it up with the screen off, just in case. Ecosexual. Sexicology. All right, I don't think there are any images. Okay, cool. Sexicology, also known as ecosexuality, is a radical form of environmental activism based around nature fetishism, the idea of the earth as a lover. It invites people to treat the earth with love rather than see it as an infinite resource to exploit. It was founded by Elizabeth Stevens and Annie Sprinkle, who described themselves as two ecosexual artists in love, whose manifesto is to make environment activism more sexy, fun, and diverse, quote unquote. Sexicology employs absurdist humor, performance art, and sex positivity, which Stevens claims may produce, quote, may produce new forms of knowledge that hold potential to alter the future by privileging our desire for the earth to function with as many diverse, intact, and flourishing ecological systems as possible. The couple promote education events such as the EcoSex Symposium and activism such as protecting the Appalachian Mountains from mountaintop removal. Bathing naked, I think that's fine. We already have nude beaches. Having sex with vegetables. I mean, isn't that just masturbating yourself? Like, that's just using a vegetable as a dildo at that point. Or having an orgasm in a waterfall. Describes ecosexuals as people who, quote, are related to cyborgs and are not afraid of engaging in intercourse with nature and or with technology for that matter. We make love with the earth through our senses. I don't know. This seems a bit too extreme for me. It's a bit too extreme for my taste, I'll be honest. Not for me.
Is a leading lady away, just...
Now you got to feel like, oh my God, am I learning something about myself right now because I'm orgasming under this waterfall? No, maybe your wife's just beautiful. Maybe that's it.
That's maybe all it is. You were watching your wife under the waterfall.
Well, if that were the case, then you wouldn't care where you do it. Then fantasies would just not exist. Like, you just jerk off to the idea of your wife, which is fine if that's you. But I think that having a little bit of spice in your sex life is good. You know? If you have like a private waterfall where you're allowed to do that, then I think that's fine. But doing it out in public or in nature or willy-nilly, like that can lead to a bunch of problems. Like, I wouldn't want to know that somebody jerked off into a river and I'm downstream of that river. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
And that was erotic, which is natural. Masturbating by yourself under a waterfall because you're attracted to the actual water is not.
Can we go back to the guy screwing a tree?
He really wants to see it.
That's a tree humper, not a tree hugger. That's a different guy.
That's a very different guy.
I am just
that causes damage. You can't. You can only tap the tree so many times seasonally for maple syrup. This guy's just.
That tree's not even attracted to him. That tree doesn't even want that. He's barking up the wrong one. I tell you that.
Come on.
I'm trying to work these puns in here. Give me a break.
There are a lot of little full, a lot of sap.
Okay, so I do just Dubsy or whoever's editing, cut this out. I do have word from White Nervosa, and they said, go to the Streamlabs tip page directly. Okay, here, let's see if I can add a command or if it's already there. It is not already there, so give me a second. Donate. Slash. Does that work? Here we go. Okay. Let me set a command real quick. Okay. That work? I don't know if that's going to work. Streamlabs just saying not enough tipping data. Oh wait, but you were trying to gift subs. I don't know. White Nervosa is saying they don't know what the error is. We're just going to leave it for right now. Sorry, guys. And sorry to myself, because I'm not going to get money, but whatever. It's fine.
How's that even practically possible, by the way, without shredding your dong?
And I have no idea. Maybe if it's like a nice, smooth birch.
Like, well, I'm looking for a softwood? I don't really know what to do here.
Maybe he likes shredding his dong.
I mean, yes, but that's one
Who
time
are we to
done.
judge? And here's the thing. If you become a society where you say, sure, for example, marrying and having intercourse with the Eiffel Tower or a tree, hey, we're not going to judge. Ties into what we're discussing today. It does tie into sexual perversion. Then the idea of minor attracted people maps, of course that's going to bleed in. Remember when people used to say, oh, that's a slippery slope?
No, come on. I'm sorry. Like, wanting to screw a tree is one thing. Like, that's weird, okay? But it is far and away better than wanting to screw a minor. I'm sorry. Like, that's not even comparable.
Slope fallacy, which sometimes it is. Look behind you. There's the slope. I don't know how you have a leg to stand on where you go, hold on a second. Minors is off limits. I only bang live oaks.
Yeah. But I'd rather they do a tree than a child. That just makes sense to me. They're not the same. You're acting like they're the same. They're not the same. That is not the same, okay? A tree is incapable of giving consent, but a tree is also somewhat of an object, yes? Like, I don't like it. It sets a bad precedent, but it's way better than a minor.
Once
They're not
nature
the
has
same.
naturally felled them with a lightning strike.
Yeah.
Is that strong winds.
A woodpecker?
You're
That's a
so far
natural
past
curve.
it, the Rubicon doesn't remember you.
Yes.
So weird they bring it in here.
So stupid.
So there
by the way, hold on. I think the premise of that show, they said, I didn't realize this. The premise of that show is that somebody comes on and they're naked talking to these other people. I think that's why we saw like a headshot of that person. Somebody tell me in research, am I wrong? Because the name suggested it. I can't remember the name now, but we talked about it during run through. And that person's name, like, you just want to look at someone naked.
Yeah.
And talk to them about their proclivity.
Well, I don't blame the people for wanting to look at them naked. The only headshot I want to see is that guy try to get busy with a coconut tree and nature finds a way. So there are a bunch.
I feel bad for the guy who's in love with a cactus.
It's just not fun.
Man.
Oh,
That's like a guy that's not with a toxic woman, you know.
Any yoke will do.
Stop. He walks away and he looks
It's so funny, man. So funny.
back. I can't resist the.
You're so hard to get.
I just love the rose bushes.
At least there's built-in aloe vera.
Oh, that's nice. It's good for your skin.
It's not in a
So
cactus, but
boring.
it's usually cactus adjacent. So there are a bunch of different sexuality. There's objectophilia, is an intense sexual attraction to a particular object. Now there's autosexuality, sexual attraction to oneself.
I'm learning so much.
Used to be called narcissism. I mean, they literally want to screw them.
Imagine being a normie and watching Steven Crowder and being like, I didn't need to know all that, man. I didn't need to know all that. Legitimately, like, okay, you want to have sex with your car? Like, you own it. It's an object. I don't, whatever. But like, you know, I would rather not be the guy washing your car and confuse bird poop for something else. I'm just saying. But, you know, it's your car. I just don't need to know about it is all. I really don't. I did not need to think about that today.
Themselves.
But here we are.
You say, go screw yourself. Like, oh, that's so sweet.
I think I might.
And impossible.
Under a waterfall.
A galmatophilia.
Imagine shitting your pants over paraphilias. Well, not even shitting your pants. It's like they're literally comparing it to pedophilia. And like that's just not comparable. Okay? Paraphilias unless I'm not sure if pedophilia is technically considered a paraphilia, but other than pedophilia, paraphilias do not involve children or people who cannot consent or animals who can't consent is another thing, right? Like if you want to compare bestiality to pedophilia, that's a fair comparison to make, okay? Because neither party can consent in that case. But paraphilias involve objects, you know? And objects don't consent or not consent. They're just objects. They're just there. So having sex with your car is weird, for sure, but it's far and away better than having sex with a minor, okay? Assaulting a minor, I should say.
A galmatophilia, it's a sexual attraction to statues. What? These are real things. And you know how they always will say, like, hey, I don't want to have a conservative on my show. Why? Because I don't want to platform them and legitimize their point of view. You know, like, I don't know, like supporting being pro-life or lower taxes. We wouldn't want to platform that. And
No, I don't think that being pro-life, a.k.a. anti-abortion, should be legitimate. I don't think that that should even be, like, in our, in what we talk about politically. Okay, and most of America agrees with me, including most conservatives.
Legitimize that. These
most
same people
believe
will have
in abortion.
Statue sexually attracted degenerates. Like, well, everyone deserves a voice. Not if they're banging statues. Also, that's got to be really tough because, you know, they probably lean left and they want to tear down the statues. So they just want their own personal museum?
We need to tear down these statues of Confederate soldiers and have sex with them. Yeah.
I tune out for like 1 second. Not even. And they're talking about statues. They really do just run the gamut, like in every single video. They're like, okay, well, we got to cover like gay people bad, trans people bad, and also pedophilia, and they're all pedophiles. And also they're tearing down statues. Remember the statues, the Confederate statues? We like those. They're tearing those down. It's like, pick a topic, man.
That's what we need to do.
Tear them down, send them to my garage. I'll take care of it. Ignore the satin.
Oh, because they're talking about having sex with the statues. It's just like, it's not funny, you know? It's not funny.
Now, you may not know this. Josh actually needed some help.
They want to have sex with the statues, if anybody.
At one point, because we love the person hate to sin when his objectophilia became...
I was sick.
It became a bit of a problem in the workplace, and we help those who we love.
Mm-hmm.
Is it over? Oh, no, it's not over yet. Oh, God, they're doing a skit. No.
Hey, Josh, can you come down and get a look at a Photoshop for me?
Yeah, sure. 1 sec. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What are we working with here?
It's going to be painful.
Yeah, so basically, it's you know, Joe Biden is Mr. Burns from The Simpsons, but Chris Christie's coming in his office, and he's too big for the trap door.
I'm sorry, is this your stapler?
Yeah.
Nice.
Fat joke.
Anyway,
so swing line?
I think.
Took me a second.
But so then you also got Kamala Harris.
Steven talking about sexuality in the workplace is crazy with all the allegations that came out. That's very true. Probably not the topic that you want to be hitting on with all the allegations coming out against you, Mr. Crowder. I'm just saying. Great catch. Honestly, great catch.
Josh.
I'm gonna say probably don't do it with a stapler. Probably not safe. Or if anything, get like a model of a stapler, not a real one. Probably not very safe.
Josh. Huh? What are you doing?
What's your old stapler dildo?
Thinking about lunch.
Oh my God, he's got a raging.
That was so not funny.
We got you help, but that's a.
Listen, I'm not the funniest guy all the time either. I've not been funny like very much today at all, but like at least I'm not trying to be.
I want to apologize.
Clearly the
Sarah.
same outfit. That's from today, Josh.
I think I'm over it.
He's a relapse objectophilia. The principle, the principle's the same.
And it's not even practical with a stapler, my friend. How does that even work?
I guess the question is, what do you think the next sexual orientation will be? You guys can comment below. Let's take bets.
Your guesses. Think of the craziest possible thing, and it's probably 5 steps crazy.
Yeah, let's take bets and then create a watch list, okay?
Well, that was sensationally boring. It seems like the Louder with Crowder team is not doing very well. I think they should try to manage behind the scenes before they try anything else public. That's just my 2 cents, though. Okay, we'll get rid of that one. Okay, I think I got one more in the tank.
Legislation.
Oh, you know it's Matt Walsh. Hold on one second. Congratulations on what? Diaper fetish time. Yes. Speaking of paraphilias. One sec. What am I being congratulated for? I don't understand. All right, we're going to get started. All right, so as far as kids using social media, I generally don't like it that much. I think that kids should be discouraged from using it. But at the same time, I also recognize that ever since the dawn of the internet, social media has kind of been the one saving grace for a lot of queer children who don't really have another outlet. So I'm mixed on it because I think in a perfect world that social media wouldn't be like we would be able to ban it outright for children, at least for 13 and under, I would say, and be totally safe and fine and cool about it. But I think in our current zeitgeist that would not be a very good thing to do personally. I understand there are a lot of risks involved with kids being online. It's just a really difficult situation because I don't want to outright ban it for kids who might have no other outlet, nothing else going, nobody else supporting them, you know? But at the same time, I recognize that there are a lot of risks involved with it. So I'm 50-50 on it. It's really a hard nut for me to crack, honestly, and I haven't thought a whole lot about it. One thing I do know with 90% certainty is that I'm probably not going to agree very much with Matt Walsh's take on why kids shouldn't use social media. Because I'm sure that he's going to have all kinds of takes about how it's transing the kids or making them gay or making them convinced that America is bad, you know? All things I don't really give a shit about. Segregate them from adult spaces. I would say, okay, if you're going to do that, then you need to have it be a publicly owned social media conglomerate. You know what I mean? Like doing it privately owned, I feel like has all kinds of problems. especially if it's like specifically made for kids. And then you got adults leaking in who like, you know, there's all kinds of problems that comes with that too, because you could have adults leak in that aren't actually kids, but pretend to be kids, you know, that happens. So, you know, it's just really something you'd have to moderate well, in my opinion. But let's see what Matt Walsh has to say about it.
Legislation that would ban TikTok in the
Sorry, that's very loud.
United States, unless its Chinese owner divests from the company, is currently making its way through the Senate. It's still not clear what's going to happen to that bill exactly. It overwhelmingly passed in the House by hundreds of votes, but it appears to be significantly less popular in the upper chamber. And that's true in no small part because of the most intense lobbying campaign in recent memory is...
The whole TikTok being banned thing is a completely separate issue from like kids being on social media, by the way. Like they're connected in some ways, but like they're separate issues, even if they're related. What's going on? Oh, sorry. Like TikTok being banned is not going to solve the problem of kids being on social media. Really, at the end of the day, parents should be moderating their kids' online activity. That would be optimal if parents just did that. But alas, we live in an imperfect world, so.
Underway to kill the legislation. So that's why legislation that was just signed into law by Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida is so significant. It hasn't got much attention, but it should because it addresses the legitimate concerns about apps like TikTok without granting the government any kind of sweeping new, unprecedented powers to regulate the lives of American citizens. Instead, it regulates the behavior of children in a manner that's consistent with all sorts of other regulations that already apply to minors. Watch.
His grandpa says Bryson's screen time is limited, and of course, he's entirely too young for social media. But just how young is too young?
He's too young.
Done. There you go.
Look how fat that little thing. Look how...
I would say if you're below the age of 13, you are more than likely too young to be on social media, period, end of story. I wasn't on social media when I was 12, okay? Not really.
Fat that little
I don't think
fish
kids
is.
should be either.
Talk about fat. Look at that.
What is that?
House Bill 3 would require social media companies...
Wait, why did it show a video of a fish?
Talk about fat. Look at that.
What?
House Bill 3 would require social media companies to ban accounts belonging to someone under the age of 14 to be on sites like Instagram and TikTok. Kids older than 14 would need a parent's
Fatty.
permission. The bill is widely
go home.
expected to face legal challenges from the tech industry.
Oh.
So generally...
I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I wasn't following the joke, but got it.
Speaking, under this bill, children under the age of 14 can't have social media accounts, and 14 to 15-year-olds will need permission from their parents to have a social media account. The bill is set to take effect at the beginning of next year, although as
it's really dangerous for someone to be on the internet that is young. Yeah, I wish that this were done with the goal of like protecting kids rather than the goal of like making sure your kids aren't gay or trans. Because I feel like with our current zeitgeist, that's just what this is about, right? That's what I feel about it. I think in an optimal society, this would be good to do, but I don't know.
As you heard, there are undoubtedly going to be legal challenges on First Amendment grounds. Several months ago, a federal judge blocked a similar law in Arkansas, which banned minors from creating social media accounts without parental consent. But the Florida bill is meaningfully different from the legislation that was struck down in Arkansas. And
that's another good point. How the hell are you going to enforce this? You know, like, okay, a kid gets on social media and he's not 13. Now what? Like, okay, he's 11. Let's say he's 11 and he gets on Twitter and pretends to be 14 or 15, you know? What are you going to do? Like knock down their door? Like, I just don't think that like parents should be arrested for this. Like, that's the thing really is I don't feel like anybody should be arrested if your kid's on social media. I think as long as you're monitoring your kid's activity. Now, if you're letting your kids do dangerous shit, then yeah, you should be arrested and interrogated. True. But I think in a legal sense, it's very difficult to regulate. So that's a very good point, Travenoid. Thank you.
It's important to get into the specifics because, as we've learned, the media will misrepresent the substance of every Florida bill they possibly can. Well, they misrepresent everything all the time, but especially legislation in Florida, as we've seen, that's when they really go to town. So here are the details. The Florida bill is not a blanket ban on any particular app. Instead, it's focused on banning apps that have particular features which are designed to keep children on the app at all times. In order to fall under this ban, according to the...
Okay, here's the thing. If they were really concerned about ensuring the safety of children online, then you have to be 18 to access porn sites, and that works. Exactly, right, exactly. That works perfectly. But anyway, if you are serious about ensuring the safety of children online, you're not going to be pushing for bills that make it illegal to be online if you're underage. You're going to be pushing for measures that educate parents and their children on how to be safe online, right? You're going to push for funding into these programs, make it free. Make free programs that show parents the dangers of their children being online, because a good parent will want that program, Make it more feasible for them to monitor their kids online and ensure that their kids aren't doing anything dangerous. I think that's better than making it illegal.
The text of legislation. The app must have one of the following: infinite scrolling, which the bill defines as continuously loading content or content that loads as the user scrolls down the page without the need to open a separate page. 2, push notifications or alerts to inform a user about specific activities.
I do think that, honestly, I wouldn't be too opposed to, instituting a policy where you can't just have infinite scrolling. You know what I mean? You have to have a limit of, let's say 50. Once you've scrolled 50 times, you have to press next page. Has anyone told you that you kind of look like Mr. Walsh if you wore a hat? Similar voice too. I don't like that, but thank you for letting me know.
Activities or events related to users' account.
And the reason I say that, by the way, is because you get into doom scrolling territory. Your mind is not programmed to just stop in the middle of what you're doing. You are in the process of an activity. One more. This is part of the process. It's not just watching the video. It's one more. So if you make a limit on how many times you can actually scroll before hitting next page, and make that legal, I think that would be fine. Personally, I think that'd be fine.
Or 3, autoplay video or video that begins to play without the user first clicking on the video or on a play button for that video. The point of the law isn't to ban content per se, it's to regulate how much of it children are being exposed to. And that's a significant distinction, because there's a lot of evidence that these addictive features harm children. In fact, rewire their brains.
You know what?
Are you tired of seeing that receding hairline getting deeper and deeper? Or is that thinning spot in the back of your hair getting larger every time you look in the mirror? Well, don't worry. You're not the only one. Provia is here to help with premature thinning and loss. Don't be the guy in the group chat that everyone calls the hat fisher. Show off your beautiful head of hair, and no hat is needed. The Provia secret is a powerful natural ingredient called Procapil that effectively targets the 3 main causes of premature hair thinning and loss by supporting healthy scalp circulation, the delivery of nourishing nutrients, and healthy hair follicles anchored to your scalp. Provia guarantees more hair on your head and less in the shower. Every package includes a full 60-day supply of Provia serum plus Provia Super
Ew, that's not very polite.
Concentrate for faster, more noticeable results. You might be asking, how can it get even better? Well, right now, finish off your amazing results with their amazing Perfect Beard Treatment as your free gift at checkout. Don't wait, your full, thick...
Listen, I can't control my hairline. Come on now. I can take a joke, but come on. Really?
Hair starts today. Order now and save an extra 10% at proviahair.com/Walsh. Provia works, or you get 100% money back guaranteed. So ditch those hats and show off your amazing head of hair today. That's proviahair.com/Walsh.
My amazing head of hair.
The journal World Psychiatry recently published an analysis which found that, quote, the primary hypothesis on how the internet affects our attentional capacities is through hyperlinks, notifications, and prompts, providing a limitless stream of different forms of digital media, thus encouraging us to interact with multiple inputs simultaneously. Now, these are the kind of notifications that are specifically banned in the Florida bill, and there's more research along those lines. Researchers at UNC, for example, found that, quote, checking social media repeatedly among young...
Seriously, the hat looks good on you? I know, that's why I usually wear hats, but sometimes I wear an outfit where the bald head looks better. It just depends. I think it heavily depends on the outfit. If I got the bling going on, if I got a nice short sleeve shirt, that can work. I don't know. I think it depends on the fit and also what mood I'm in.
Teens ages 12 to 13,
I missed the handlebar mustache. That was very short-lived.
Associated with changes in how their brains develop over a 3-year period. In their analysis, which was published in JAMA Pediatrics, the UNC researchers specifically determined that, quote, the brains of adolescents who check social media often, more than 15 times per day, became more sensitive to social feedback. Now, there's much more research on this point, but intuitively, we all know this is true. The social media companies know it too, which is why they have these kinds of features. Their goal is to rewire children's brains so that they seek positive social feedback from apps instead of from people in their day-to-day life.
He's not wrong, by the way. This is all real. I just want to see where he's going with it.
And that is obviously concerning because when their brains are developing, children are especially prone to falling into addictive behaviors that once learned can affect them for the rest of their lives. We are mentally and emotionally deforming entire generations of children who do not know how to interact with the world unless it is filtered through a tiny screen.
Agreed.
And this isn't just concerning, this is a crisis. It is impacting the future of our civilization. If we could...
And to some extent, I do agree even with that last statement. I think it's very scary.
Look into a crystal ball and see what the world will look like 100 years from now.
What? Wait, they actually did this, the skibbity bop, the whatever it is, the toilet, skibbity toilet? That's crazy. That's a wild one.
See what the world will look like 100 years from now. It would probably terrify us so much.
Okay, that's an editing W, not gonna lie.
That we would call for the ban of every social media company and every smartphone in existence.
Which, by the way, that's how you know the meme's dead.
And this is why we need to protect children in 100 years from now.
Sorry.
It would probably terrify us so much that we would call for the ban of every social media company and every smartphone in existence. And this is why we need to protect children in particular. We already protect them from all kinds of other things that we have judged to be toxic or inappropriate for them. We don't allow children to say, to say gamble, to say gamble. We don't allow children for them. We don't allow children to say, to say gamble or smoke or drink alcohol. We also already regulate how companies can engage with children on the internet. There's something called the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, for example. And among other things, that law requires the websites get parental consent before they allow children to post photos, videos, or audio recordings of themselves or any other,
I'd even go a step further. I would say, like, if you're a parent and your kid's posting images of themselves online, that shit better be on tight lockdown. Like, I don't even like it to begin with. Like, just don't post your kids online. Just don't do it. Because you're opening the doors to all kinds of things. But like if you're in a private Facebook group, like that's fine. If you're in a private server, that's fine. Like, or like via DMs, that's fine. But you gotta be really fucking careful posting pictures or videos of children online. It is so dangerous out there. Incredibly dangerous.
Identifying personal information. This law is the reason why major social media platforms, including Instagram, Snapchat, and Facebook, already prohibit children under the age of 13 from using their platforms. So what Florida's law does is slightly expand limitations like this to social media platforms that are targeting young children. Now, in response to the Florida law...
That's what his fucking office looks like? Or did they just AI generate this?
Young children. Now, in response to the Florida law, one of targeting young children. Now, in response to the platforms that...
Damn it. No, this shit's AI generated. No, you can't with me. Sorry. That's AI generated as fuck. Look at this and this. But... I don't know. The effect is kind of funny. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with this or not. I don't like it. I don't personally like it.
Social media platforms that are targeting young children. Now, in response to the Florida law, one of the most common counter-arguments you'll hear is that children will just circumvent the ban, as they've already circumvented the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. All kids have to do is provide a fake birth date, and they can make an Instagram account. But all this tells us is that the feds aren't concerned with enforcing that law. Florida is taking a different approach, and we've already seen that when states actually want to enforce these laws, they can get results. Many of the laws that we call unenforceable, it's because there's no real attempt to enforce them. But when there is an attempt, it's amazing.
But how are you going to enforce it? Okay, go ahead.
How many laws can be enforced if you actually try to enforce them?
Okay, but he didn't give any like legit examples of them enforcing laws against children being online. Like how are you going to enforce it? Like the way that you enforce children not drinking alcohol is not by making arresting parents who let their kids drink alcohol. It's by making sure kids can't purchase it. It's making access to it harder. Okay? If you make social media access hard for children, like if they have to jump through extra hoops and lie, that's probably the best you're going to get. There's always going to be children who sneak through the cracks, and shit's going to happen, and you're going to have to deal with it as it comes. All you can do before that is prevention. How do we best prevent things from happening? That's what I'm concerned about. Do you still think Hunter Biden 2024? I'm riding with Biden.
The other common counter-argument you'll hear is that parents should be in charge of policing this sort of thing, not the government.
From now on, we're going to limit the time we spend looking at our stupid phones.
That's one of the major arguments that came up in Florida. It's why DeSantis vetoed another version of legislation which would have prevented 14-year-olds from accessing these apps, even with parental consent. So the final bill was kind of a compromise.
Oh, sorry, Hunter Biden. Yeah, I'm riding with Biden. Hunter Biden, yeah.
position, which addressed the concerns of the parental rights dissenters. But the truth is that although parents should be the ones policing their children's social media use, many parents don't. Or many parents try and they're not able to do it.
Oh, but what happened to parents' rights, man? You're such a big parents' rights advocate. What, you want to take that away from them? You're saying that parents aren't doing a good enough job? Oh, they're not doing a good enough job in this regard. But when it comes to, like, transphobic parents, you know, that's fine. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, you know.
Sufficiently. It's also true that parents should stop their kids from drinking alcohol or using tobacco products, but they don't always do that either. You know, that's why we still have laws against those things, and most people don't think that those laws should be repealed.
I thought we were a parents' rights
crowd
crowd here.
What this means is that Florida, without much fanfare, has found a solution to the TikTok debate that has dominated Congress for the past several weeks. All we have to do is what we've done before. We don't have to open the door to future government bans on Twitter or any other social media platform. We just need to do something that's fallen out of favor recently, which is to protect children from strangers on the internet and from the internet itself, which wants to harm them.
But the best way that you're going to accomplish this is through programs that you implement that are completely free of charge, that parents can go to, like education programs that parents can go to, or like pamphlets they can pick up. You know, this is what we did with smoking, okay? The anti-smoking campaign, incredibly successful, amazingly successful. And why? It's not because we made smoking illegal. It's because we made it, what's the word I'm looking for? Unattractive. Okay? If you want to keep kids off of social media, make it as unattractive as possible for them. Okay? Make it look boring. You know? Make laws against or like fines if you have things that might attract children. I mean, YouTube already does that in many regards, right? Like they stick Has Been Hotel with you know, not Has Been Hotel. They've done it before though, where like they really crack down on the animation industry, which is a problem in itself. But the point is, if you can make legislation that discourages, children from going onto social media to begin with, like makes it unattractive for them, or education about why it's dangerous for children, and, you know, not scare children, but make children aware of the dangers, you know, then I think that would be better than implementing laws. That should be the parents' job. I agree. And that's why I said programs to educate them. Okay. So once again, you know, it should be the parents' job to keep your kids from smoking. But you know what's really going to keep your kids from smoking? This. Black lung. Oh, you want black lung? What, you want to smoke? Okay. You want that? That's going to be your lungs if you smoke. Okay? So don't do it. Don't do it. Just saying.
I put a spell on you.
In a way, it is scaring them. I'm fine with scaring kids to not do dangerous things. But give them a reason. You know, don't just scare them for the sake of it. Give them a legitimate reason. What I'm going to tell my kids when I have them is, listen, you're going to waste your time on social media and not want to do anything with your life. You know, it is designed to keep you addicted. It is designed to keep you, unproductive, uncreative, unmotivated, and just keep you scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. Is that what you want to do with your life, son, daughter, NB, whatever? You know, is that really what you want? It's education, exactly. And the more the government can help with that, the better. But I don't think that we can implement like actual hard laws and reasonably enforce them. I think that would be difficult to do. You know, I actually thought that was not a terrible take by Matt Walsh. It's not the worst take I've ever seen from him, certainly. But I do fear that conservatives are just using this as an excuse to keep people off of the internet so that they don't learn what being gay is or what being trans is. You know, when you very well might be gay or trans and need a community of people to connect with, you know? And I would hope that parents facilitate that in a safe way, but that's not always the case. So I'd rather kids have a safe environment online where they can do that, even if their parents don't necessarily approve, than make it illegal for them to be online at all. That's my main concern with making it illegal. I think that having programs to educate parents and children is the best that we can do. So hopefully we see more of that. In the meantime, I just don't trust these laws. I think that they have nefarious purposes, and that's my take. It was a better take than violating his kid's consent. True. He did say that. He did say he wants to violate his kid's consent. I learned it from watching you, Dad. Exactly. Lead by example. Okay, I think I'm going to call it there. We'll try to breeze through the rest of it. How many segments was that? That was a lot. We'll try to breeze through the rest of these on Friday, but we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seggies. Let's go. 7 seggies. Perfect. My concern is, what is the punishment for breaking these unenforceable laws? If it really is to be like alcohol laws, and the punishment should be on those selling the alcohol, not on the family. That's my thing, right? Like, it should be on the social media companies, not the parents. Okay, let's see who's live. Wait, no, Justice isn't still live. Dylan Burns. We'll jump over to Dylan Burns. Get over to Dylan Burns' chat. Alrighty, y'all. We're about to host Dylan Burns. I want to thank you all very much for being here. I love you all. I appreciate you all. I will be back on, I want to say Friday. I'm not going to make any promises, but I will try to be back on Friday to finish up all as many segments as I can. Like I said, I would like to take an extended break from politics in general. So I'm going to try to breeze through more segments so that I have some content built up for the month. And oh, that's beautiful. Sorry, Stubbsy just sent me a drawing. I'll show you guys real quick. For those who are still here, you get a special treat. It's beautiful. Beautiful effects. Very good. That's actually not bad at all. Captured my Giga Chad jawline. Alrighty, y'all. Thank you again for being here. Love you. And I will see you all next time on the Alec Gunter Show. Goodbye, everybody. I think that's 7 seconds.